Alright, let's go. I haven't played this game in a very long time, and I got a sudden hankering for it, so let's try it out. Oh, we're being shot. We'll fix that problem. Okay. Well, let's get rid of that guy quickly. Let's see. What do we even need at this point? What we need is to remember how all the controls work. Which apparently isn't going to happen for a while. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Go away, you. Okay. Not sure if that's good or bad. But jumping is going to be a bit difficult here. Or at least get up that high. Let's see if we can get... There we go. Scrap metal to iron. Sure, why not? That doesn't quite give us enough to do anything useful. Here's more. We can get rid of some of these bastards before they become a problem. It helps if you actually hit your target. Go. I need to get some walls built or something. Here, let's build a turret. I'm not sure where I should build the first turret. Or for that matter. Well, we need to get some wood. Hello, Dread. This is definitely not a new game, but it's new for the channel. I used to play this a long time ago, and it's like, you know, I haven't played that in a long time. Let's play like for an hour or two before I go play X4. So here we are, playing Dig or Die. It's kind of shallow and lacks content, but it's still pretty fun anyway. It's actually probably about enough wall for the first night. The important thing here is that it gets this thing up and has a little bit of... Yeah. Anyway, it's probably a bad idea. We're definitely want more wooden platform. Probably more wooden wall. A lot of wooden wall. Okay, let's see. I don't remember how any of this works. Well, we're going to want to fill that hole up. The interesting thing about this game, probably honestly the only interesting thing about this game, is that it simulates water to a certain degree. So you can have water flowing around, which is kind of cool. And in particular, if you wish, you can build big fancy dams and hydro reservoirs and all kinds of fun stuff. Eventually we'll get around to that. Let's just go ahead and put a wooden floor in. Also, unlike, say, Terraria, objects that you build have a structural strength. And that can be a problem. Here, building in this cave, it's not a problem because the background wall holds it up. But if I demonstrate here in a second, if I go and try to build, yeah, like that. Okay, if I go and try to build a tower, I can only get a little ways into the air before these start to crack. And if we were to go much higher than that, yeah, they really don't like that. I think if I left it like this, it would eventually break, but who has time for that? Yeah. You can't really build very tall at all. At least not with the basic materials. Now, let's see. What do we need next? What we need next is some more platforms, and then we need to get digging. Let's see. Just go ahead and line our walls for now. There's no real reason to do this, but I kind of want to, so we're going to do it. Don't remember if it's possible to craft like background walls or not. Anyway. Apparently not yet. Oh, and did I mention that it has water? Yeah, it's got water. We need to put a roof over some of our stuff here. Hey, you. What do you think you're doing? There we go. Let's actually move this too. Boom. I don't know how much water that'll actually keep out of our base. We kind of need to redesign this differently. Specifically, we need a lip here at the front so that the water doesn't want to come in. There. That'll keep the water from coming in that way. However, we still have this problem, and we have this problem that... What? Upgrade. Well, what if I don't want to upgrade? Okay, I do want to upgrade. What kind of resources am I going to need to upgrade? 3 energy gems. Okay, that's easy enough to get. You just need to kill more of those little bastards. That one dropped some blood, I think. One kind of cool thing as well. Every night you get attacked by creatures, sure. But what creatures attack you depends on what you've killed. So the only thing that's attacking me at night are these dog things and these flying bug things. That's because they're the only ones I've killed during the day. So the farther along you go and the more stuff you kill off, or the more creatures you find and kill, the more creatures attack you at night. And therefore exploring a new area can sometimes make it very difficult for yourself Because suddenly that night you have more new and exciting things coming after you. Anyway. Oh, hello. Go away, please. Where's my health? Oh, it's up there. Okay. Yeah, I need to get rid of this water. That's a problem. Also, I need an energy gem. Just one. Well, it's definitely still going to rain into my base. We need to fix that problem. Boom. Problem temporarily fixed. Let's make some more walls. We're definitely going to want to replace all these with concrete walls as soon as we can, but that won't happen for a little bit. Yeah, I need something to better cap off this with a roof. And that's not going to happen until I get more metal and upgrade things to Mark II, and for now we'll just have to deal with having water in our base. Let's go hunting for energy gems. I don't think I picked up another one. No, I still just have 2. We need 3. Okay, there's some scrap metal. More scrap metal. Oops. Missed a jump. There's some kind of fish. Go away, please. Anyway. Oh yeah, the gun does have overheat, doesn't it? Go away, you. Alright. This area is all filled up with water because there's no drains. Which that's a matter of digging drains. If I wanted some, I guess I could. It wouldn't be even that hard to do. If I have to explore much that way, I'm going to want to dig drains eventually. No gems. I need more gems. Just one. I got 2 really early, and now I can't get a 3rd one. That's mildly annoying. Just saying. Go ahead and put you there. Oh. These things heal really fast. Our gun's not going to be able to cut it. There's the 3rd one. Alright, good deal. Okay. Let's refine all the metal. And upgrade. Autobuilder Mark II. Okay, we need one more gem to do a miniaturizer Mark II. We can already afford a better Gatling turret. However, I don't want a better Gatling turret. I want this thing, which we need coal and iron for, as well as even more energy gems. And I really want this hole up here, but I need to fix that. Let me see. Do I have a... Oh, good. We can do iron supports now. So that means I can finally do a roof. We'll go ahead and make 1 iron support. And then build a very basic roof here. It won't keep the water out. We'll have to modify the area around it a little bit more to do that. I don't think we can dig underneath this thing, unfortunately. So actually I should tear this down, redo it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's put a little boost up like this. And then cap it off. Oops, wrong one. Wanted to remove that one. Okay, there we go. I have some dirt in my inventory too. Let's replace that dirt we dug out. There we go. Alright. Much nicer. Now we should no longer get water inside our base. Although we still have to deal with these annoying little bastards who are going to make digging difficult for the foreseeable future. I don't remember. There's a way to... Yeah, I don't think there is. Unless we get 2 criticals in a row, we just... Oh, wait. Damn it. Overheat. Okay, we're not gonna kill them. We're not gonna kill those for a bit. What do we need? Coal, blue gems. Okay, we just need to go blue gem hunting at this point. We just need more of them, and well, there's some iron we could dig for, but we can't dig through stone yet because we don't have enough blue gems. So, let's actually drain this water pit. Oh, hello. Please die. Yeah, let's drain this water pit so we don't have to worry about these stupid fish. Okay, fish problem is solved. At least it will be shortly. It's going to take a bit to drain this out. An interesting thing is some materials won't hold water. They will slowly, like dirt, it'll slowly seep through. So you can't just build a reservoir out of whatever you want. There's another blue gem. Good, this is exactly what we wanted. Okay. This is unfortunately full. Yeah, we can't dig that out. We'll have to dig that out later. But anyway, so small amounts of water will flow down through just fine. But large amounts... For some reason, this world is very watery. We're going to have to do a lot of work to drain it. Most of the time, surface drainage just happens naturally. Oops, got me. Ooh, another blue gem. Alright. Now we have 3 of them. That's a good step. And see, we successfully got water drainage running for this part. Yeah, normally there's enough tunnels leading deep into the ground that handle the drainage, and you don't have to worry about it. Ooh, another blue gem. They're not terribly rare, it's just I got really unlucky at the beginning of the game. Oh. One of them blasted dogs. Okay. We should be able to improve our manipulator thingy. Yep, there we go. Can we make a better gun too? No, we can't. We can make a better turret. Ooh, critical. Now if we click really fast, we might be able to kill him. Nope. Okay, we gotta let it cool. We just need to get rid of this little bastard. Yes! 2 criticals in a row. Got him. Okay, now we can dig. Hopefully deep enough. Get rid of this stupid water. Okay, we'll skip 2 blocks, put 1 in. Skip 2 blocks, put 1 in. Eventually we're going to have to do all kinds of fun and exciting things to handle the water problem, but for now, we don't really have enough of it to be a big deal. Generally, surface water is not a problem. It'll be when we get deeper down and we start getting large amounts of groundwater and stuff. Also, creatures will come at the base from underground, which is a problem. Okay. Nighttime. Ooh, blue gem. Alright. I can probably afford to just go ahead and craft. I have to use iron. We don't have much iron yet. Which is a little bit unfortunate. We can do concrete and concrete back walls. We'll start concrete back walls. There we go. Hey you, knock it off. Yeah. The concrete back wall will prevent enemies from spawning in here. Okay, we'll put that right here for now. Okay, I probably better try to help with the shooting or we're gonna lose our single turret. Oh no, we lost our turret. Oh well. So, we definitely need to build some more turrets. We'll build one of those, and we don't have enough to build anything else. That's unfortunate. Because this has a very limited angle of fire. We'll have to build a better base later. Oh wait, there's some iron. So, kind of like, well, Terraria or, oh, whatever it's called again. There's another game that I can't think of the name at the moment that's fairly similar in basic style. It's just your standard mine underground, fight enemies on the surface. There are some boss enemies scattered all over the place you have to worry about. Let's see. Build a rotating turret, and then build another one of these Gatling turrets. We'll put one of these supports, and I can't remember if you can put turrets on top of these or not. We'll find out here in a second. Nope, you can't. Okay. We'll put 2 of these back to back, and then we'll take a rotating one and stick it right there for now. Alright, these should take care of any bad dogs that come at us. Meanwhile, oh, okay, you can just rotate them in place like that. Alright, so We should replace all of this with concrete as soon as we can, more or less. We'll replace the bits underneath this. Well, we'll do the floor first. Most of it I don't really care too much about. Oh, hello. And this is indeed a problem. Enemies can and will spawn in anything that has natural back walls. So you do need to be a little bit careful. In particular, this center shaft is going to have to get concrete back walls placed around it eventually, just to keep enemies out. Because who wants enemies in their base? Now let's see if we can go up here and mine this iron. Oh, okay, we gotta put another one in. And mine that out. Do I want to have to deal with this water? I don't really care that much, I guess. 3. And place of peace. 1. Place of peace. There's a dog up above us. Boom. I think they're called hounds, actually. And 3. 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2 and 3. We've got water coming in from above from somewhere. It's another reason why we need to put walls on this. Not just back walls, but also side walls. 2 and 3. I'm surprised you haven't encountered any coal yet. There's some iron. Okay, we do have a we have drainage now. Deep enough beneath here, eventually there's a big underwater ocean, big underground ocean that all that drains into. Although eventually we want to be more advanced than that, just letting it drain down. Would you please stop interfering? Thank you. Need to start thinking about what we're going to do for water handling. As in collection and nice big dams and all that fun stuff. Actually, now that we have the better drill, we can go and drain some more of the surface. That's a lot of very annoying puppies. Ooh, blue gem. I don't know why I'm excited over blue gems. They're fairly common. Eventually I have so many of them I don't know what to do with them all. Probably lingering early game trauma. Okay, we need to cut open the end of this as best we can. Boom. All right. That should neatly solve that problem. We're going to get eaten by a fish if we stay down here. I need to build a better gun too, but that needs resources I don't have yet. Yeah, go away, please. Unlike a lot of these games, if you damage a material, it stays damaged. Which is both useful and not useful. And dogs from the sky. Not something you see every day. It's not completely unexpected because there are floating things up there. Uh-oh, we're gonna drown. Please let there be a cave down here to save me. Nope. Okay. We'll go back to the previous night. Means some of our work is done, or undone, but oh well. Okay, note to self, we can't drain that path. So, let's go down one of the other paths. Also, please go away. Yeah. I don't remember what the progression is as far as where you need to go first. But there are floating islands that you have to build up to. And there's stuff deep underground. Anyway. There's definitely progression. So we just need to cut these 2 blocks out. And that will drain. Relatively slowly, but it'll drain. Go ahead and cut 2 more out. Make it drain a little faster. And we can mine this iron, because we do need it. Unlike certain other games, you can't just go and cut a little thing like this to get air, because the water pressure will fill it up. I think you can do it with a certain amount of, like if you have a big enough pocket, there'll be some air left, but I don't remember for sure. It's been quite a while since I've played this. Yeah, there you go. Got a bit of a... It's filling up behind me though, so I need to hurry up. There's water filtering down from above through the dirt. Water is almost as much of an enemy as the actual enemies. But anyway, there's another section drained. And then let's go drain this section. I need a better gun so I can kill these fish. Okay, let's go try this path. See how far up we need to dig before we can breathe. Okay, apparently farther than that. No, don't die. Don't die, please, don't die. I don't want to go back to my previous save. Okay, good. We barely survived. Do not shoot the red hornets. Whoa, that was close. We should probably leave that full of water for now. If you shoot the red hornets, then we're going to be attacked by red hornets too, and we need to do it eventually, but I would rather leave that for a little bit. Say, until I have a better gun. Also, let's go ahead and solve our fish problem. Okay. What can we craft? These are an enemy we encounter deep underground that we don't want to kill just yet. Bats are an enemy that we encounter somewhere else. Don't remember where exactly. Auto repair turret would probably be helpful to make, but that requires coral, which is something found deep underground. Red fern. That's something found in a different part of the world. Okay. There's not a whole lot we can craft at the moment without going out to kill more stuff. We can make more Gatling turrets. Go ahead and make one more of those for now. There. And then we'll make like 2 more rotating turrets and place those. We'll just do them like that. Okay. Bigger gun. We really need coal. We need blue gems as well, but less than we need the coal. Should be some coal down here somewhere. Oh. Hello, you miserable gits. Yeah, as I said, stuff will also attack you from under the ground. Also, I don't want to be down here. I want to climb up, but without walls, it's kind of hard to do. There we go. I have defenses up here. I don't have defenses down there. Okay. Okay, up here we have guns that can help us. I need to do something about this. I should never open that up, but I did want a faster way out, so me being a big dum-dum dug a hole. Okay. It is almost the next day. Probably fairly safe for us to go back down and start hunting for coal. Let's see, I was going this way before I was rudely interrupted by giant swarms of hounds. Okay, that just leads up to the surface over there. Okay. Look at all that water pouring down. I wish I knew. I didn't check to see if I still had any old saves hanging around. And do I want to kill that thing yet? Yeah, I kind of do. Yeah, there the game warns me how the game works, which I already knew. Okay. Got a little bit of, we're gonna call it. I don't necessarily want this to fill up with water, so I'm going to, there, fix that problem. I don't really need this iron yet, but I will eventually, so I might as well mine it now. I really need coal, though. Really need coal. Okay, here's where our shaft stopped. Coal? Hello? Mine this up a little bit, see what's up here. Outside of annoying things that want to eat me. Creatures will dig if there's no other way to reach you. Some of them will anyway, I don't know about those. Yeah, see, he was starting to dig down to me. Okay. Please die. More water descending from above. Did I kill that thing? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. There's coal. Okay, we're going to have to dig another... Unless I want it filled with water instantly. I'll have to dig another water-resistant entryway. Like that. Got to put some of these in so we can get back out when we're done. Okay. Get her gun out because there'll be bad things in here. We didn't actually need a water resistant entryway after all because it's open at the bottom, but it doesn't hurt anything. Quite the opposite. But anyway, we finally have coal, which means we can finally build a better gun. Also, they're after us. We probably should just get out of here. Okay, there we go. Ooh, dweller shell. That means we might be able to build armor. Mine some more of this coal. I honestly don't remember what all coal's used for, so we'll just mine a bunch of it and find out. Alright. Let's get all this mined. And then I think our shaft was over to the right somewhere. Okay. Oh, it's midday. That's why it's saved. I did not actually remember that there were midday saves. Please just go away, all of you. I'm just a peaceful miner. Down to 50% health. Thankfully, you do regen health without too much effort, so... Okay. I should also mine this iron, I guess. This will form a pool of water. But it's not very deep, so it's not going to be a problem. It might be annoying for future me, but screw that guy. How did we come into here again? I think it might have been through here. Guess we'll find out. Okay, it was through here. Please don't kill me. Okay, we're a bit low on health, but we should be fine. Aha, here's our... Okay, here's the tunnel. We can go straight up into our base through here. Yeah, we need to get this thing lined soon. Oh, we're missing a blue energy gem. Of course. Can we build armor at least? Yeah, we can. Good deal. Put that over there. Anything else we can make? Light. Doesn't seem useful yet. Build a lot of concrete wall. I guess we'll start doing the sides of our shaft. Yeah. Okay, now the question is, do I want to make this just a simple one, or do I want to do it a little bigger? A little bigger is probably the right answer. Yeah. Okay. I actually want to do it out here. We need to do back wall for this as well, but that's less. Well, I guess I shouldn't say it's less important. It's actually more important. Well, mine all this stuff out. That'll give us most of the material we need, I think, to do back wall. Yeah, we still have a bunch of dirt left. Eventually we're going to need to do some mining just to make more concrete, but when we start digging out a reservoir, that should happen easily enough. Okay, back wall. Back wall's cheaper than building normal wall, thankfully. Also, I need to reshuffle all this stuff so these things are in more rational places. Put you over there, you there, you there. Switch those two. Okay, there we go. Enemies can't spawn. I'm not actually going to replace the stone any deeper than this, but I will replace any dirt with concrete. Stone is powerful enough, it'll keep enemies out. But the real reason to put in walls is to stop the enemies from digging through. Anyway. There we go. Boom. See? No enemies. Eventually we will have to put at least some turrets on each of those. Okay, it's nighttime, so let's go to the surface where our defenses are. Can I build more turrets? I could, but I don't have enough blue gems to build more than one or two. I also need to get a repair turret going. What does repair turret cost? Oh, we need coral, so we need to get out of the ocean level before we can do that. Oh, okay. I had actually forgotten about that. You can use your digging tool with left click to repair. Like, I wonder. There's got to be a way to repair manually. And so I tried it out and it worked. Those dweller thingies are annoying. We need much better defenses here. Because these aren't going to cut it for long. Also, no blue gems at all. Okay. Yeah. This is why I very carefully did not shoot at any of the red hornets, because that would have been bad. And they probably would have spelled my doom. Well, that might be a bit melodramatic, but it would have certainly made things a lot harder for me. Oh. Got an annoying little dog digging at something he shouldn't be digging through. We probably shouldn't close these off just yet, because they will try to dig to get at you, and I don't want them doing that. I would rather have them open and get turrets or something in there for now. Okay. That, and then put in back wall. There we go. I'm gonna dig these out because, let's be honest, I want it looking uniform. Like here, we're gonna have concrete. If it requires concrete walls on one side, I'm gonna put them on both sides. But if you've got a nice long stretch of stone on both sides, then I'll just leave it stone. Okay, like that. And then like that. We are going to want to seal all this eventually. Keep water out. But when we do that, we're going to have oh good, got another blue crystal. When we seal all this up, eventually we're going to have to put turrets on the outside to keep animals from digging through. Trying to dig through. And we need more back wall. Always need more back wall. Don't really need much more front wall at the moment. Okay, so what was I? Oh yes, the new gun. That's what it was. Go over there. Oh yeah. That should kill the tougher stuff easily. Alright. Get that back wall installed. Go ahead and mine all this stuff out. I don't remember what I was going to need to upgrade. Oh yeah, I was going to need, dang it, I don't actually remember. Well, I need the next level of crafting machine to upgrade my digging device. But I don't remember what I needed to upgrade the next level of crafting machine. Okay, put you there, you there, you there. Let's get the back wall in place. Make you a big hole in the ground. Oh yeah. I haven't played this game in a very long time. Actually, I want to see something. Oh, I do have... Okay. I'm going to check to see if any of these saves are ones I actually care about. Oh yeah, I recognize this place. I'm going to show this off quick. Okay, these are drainage and animal prevention chambers. This game has logic. This is also has water pressure, as you can see here. How even does what even was I'm doing in some of these places? There's guns inside my tank here. This system, it's a pressure column, and then it feeds into, I think this is a pump. And what is this? This is generate power, I think. But I don't remember. Here's the overflow. This is another pressure column. Much larger one, though. And then here we have pumps, I think. And then here we have some other stuff. I think these are generators. And they feed into the shaft, which I'm going to fall to my death because I just stepped in the shaft like a dumbass. Okay, I didn't actually die. But anyway, these outer shafts around the center one are for drainage. So anything that drains can fall through there. Also, a lot of enemies will just fall right through there too. And then here's the Great Underground Ocean. Which this does not have a nice handy thing. As you can see the strain being put just by having these blocks on here. That's what these markers are showing is the strain. So you have to just swim down through this because there's no way to bridge across this with a... There we go. And then these pumps should run. Hello, pumps. Okay, they're kind of slow. But these pumps will run and empty this out. I don't remember how this... Oh, okay, I do too remember how this works. I just screwed it up big time. Okay. I think these... It's hard to tell. I can't remember if I did it wrong or did it right. Anyway. Pumps. Empty this all out. Push it back out into the ocean. Eventually it's clear enough that you can come back through and it all just works magically. Let me see here for a second. Gotta close that. There. That shouldn't have been open. So anyway, airlock. Open it up. Go through. Close it behind you. What are these things? But anyway, you stand here long enough. It'll then fill this pressure chamber. And then thou slowly empty out. Problem here is that you shouldn't cycle through it quite this quickly. I'm gonna die unless I open this door and swim out. Okay, there we go. Why was it draining so slowly? Anyway, long story short, this is a teleporter. I don't remember where it goes even. I think it goes back to the surface. Oh, here's a power, another power complex making power from the ocean pressure, which is a great deal of pressure indeed. Where does this go? Up there for something. I don't remember why that was dug. This was a temporary sump. Originally, before I put in this pump system, the water lock would just dump its water into this hole, which was less than ideal. But anyway, you got more drainage. I don't even remember where all this goes. But anyway, my purpose to loading into this save was to show off that you can do some pretty impressive stuff with water in this game. See if we can take that teleporter back to the surface and go look at the waterworks a little bit more. Down to the deep dark. Yeah, there's a lot down there. Let's go to this one. Much better defenses here. Oh, that's what these... Okay, just outside... I was just trying to figure out what those things were that were just outside the airlock down there. They were little deals that zap enemies that step on them. And the idea was to keep fish from swimming into my doors. Kind of like these here. This tank is specifically for raising fish and getting coral near the surface. This is a water detector, I think. Do I have... Okay, here we can see the wires. Water detector. There's a switch here. What even is this doing? There's a cross across these two signals here. This signal runs to... What even kind of gate was this? I don't remember. Anyway. Whenever this water sensor is triggered, it opens this door, long story short. And that will fill this pressure column. Okay, yeah. This is an AND gate, I think. So as long as this signal is on... Why'd I have it rigged up that way? Anyway. I'm probably wrong about what this switch was. Let's actually look at the inventory. What is the button again? Oh, we'd have to actually go back to the machinery and look at it. See what those are. And this is a pump. Oh, okay, I know what this is. This is a airlock. This pump is pumping out into... Okay, let's get off the wire. This pump is always pumping back out into here. So you open the airlock. Here, let's go through the airlock. And see, it'll pump out slowly. It'll pump it dry. So you just open this outer door, swim in. Oops. I didn't mean to do that at all. I activated the wrong door. But anyway, it'll slowly pump it out. And then eventually I can go through and... But I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to let it go. This switch... I don't remember what it does. It's been so long. But there's wiring running in here that... Okay. This switch activates this NOT gate. And this door... It probably toggles the door state, I'm guessing. Changes where the water gets dumped. Okay, yeah, that's what this switch changes where the water gets dumped. So if I flick this switch, it would make it so that the water gets dumped down the global drain instead of getting dumped into the second pressure tank. And then here, this also wires into the system, so if this tank gets too full, it'll send water down the global drain instead of out through here. But there's also a hard-coded overflow right here. Also here we have another animal killer thingy. This is a drain coming from somewhere else. This is all filled up with wood so that the water flows smoothly. But anyway, swing to the bottom of the tank. Yeah, see, this is the overflow that just dumps it into the caverns. Here we have another but more powerful, what do you not call them? Airlock. It's got 2 pumps instead of 1. Not sure why I didn't automate these a little bit better. Also, it takes forever to drain enough out of here. You might just have to open the door and swim out. Yeah. We want to leave that open. Hey, what the heck do you guys think you're doing? Uh-oh. That's bad. Yeah, you better all die. What do you think you're doing to my beautiful engineering, you bastards? Well, anyway. Let's go back to our other save and actually play properly so I can hopefully remember what was going on. Seeing what I had done in that save, I'm going to design my central shaft here a little bit better. We're going to start with the drainage pattern right from the get-go. So I'm going to go ahead and remove all this and redo it. before I get too far and have to redo it all again. So we'll do the triple shaft, central passageway, and then 2 outer drainage passages. Because, yeah, if I don't, otherwise I'm gonna have to leave openings on the sides of the central shaft. I won't be able to keep it dry, and it'll just be a mess. I'm sure you guys saw how much water was constantly raining down the outer drainages. There's always water roaring down from above in one way or another. Okay, unfortunately, this is going to take quite a while. Would you please stop that? You're annoying. This is the other reason why you have solid walls. Alright, listen here, Buster. Settle down. We are going to have to dig a little wider to make this work, but that's fine. I should probably switch over to X4 soon. I think I'm gonna finish the shaft up to the depth we're currently going, and I'll switch over to X4. And then maybe we can play this again some other day. Maybe for a morning stream on the weekends or something. Although it's going to have to fight with Westnoth over that, because I want to play more of that too. Dang it, there's too many games. Somebody should contact game developers and tell them to slow down. Wow. I'd rather there be too many games than not enough games. But anyway. The one problem this game does have is that it just flat out doesn't have enough content. There's a lot you can do, but it is eventually run out. Just sleep less? Yeah. I don't think that's a workable long-term solution, though. I wish I could play more games. But that's not gonna happen, unfortunately. You've got sleep, and you've got work, and all kinds of other annoying things that get between you and video gaming. But anyway. But for what it is, this is a pretty good game. It's good in a different way than Terraria is good. Terraria is all about fighting the bosses and stuff. And while you do have to spend a lot of time worrying about fighting things here, it is less important. There, go away and stop bothering me. There we go. Less important than it is there. There are some bosses, but one thing you need to remember, as I demonstrated on the other save, is be at the surface before night, because you will get swarmed underground, and it is bad when that happens. Shock and surprise. Anyway, let's go ahead and put up the one wall. Enemies that try to... Another reason to do the shafts like this. Remember how I almost fell to my death? Enemies will do that too. They'll try to come toward the middle and dig through your defenses. And they will miss, and they will go wee splat at the bottom of your shaft. But anyway. It is solidly nighttime. What do we need for this? Red fern. Okay, if my memory is correct, which it very well could not be, red ferns are on the surface to the left. So I think we'll book it over that direction and see what we can turn up. In the morning. Okay, like that. And then we clearly need to craft more concrete. That's what we need to do. We need a lot of concrete wall for this. See? They try to get through and then they go wee to the bottom. You know, I'm not going to put concrete in here. I'm just going to leave a 2-block gap. Oh. This is why you need to have the occasional turrets on the outside of these things. And also why you shouldn't be down here at night. Go ahead and build a solid foundation underneath the base. And then we will, like that. And then dig it out 2 blocks wide all the way down to the bottom. Later we can come in and put armor across on the outside or something if we want to. I also need to go up top here and repair our turrets, so we don't lose any. And repair that. I should probably go ahead and craft... I don't have any blue gems, I can't. Should probably craft some turrets to stick on the outside of the wall periodically. Keep the flyers off at night. Although that was very limited and can't be done for too long because eventually the enemies can get pretty strong. And while your tools for dealing with them also get strong. Would you people please go away and stop that? Until we get doors, we have to make sure these are absolutely solid. Otherwise, they will jump through gaps. Eventually, this outer empty column will be filled with Tier 2 concrete, probably. Just to make it a little harder for stuff to dig. For now, we need to dig these down to a place where they can be drained. We're probably going to have a dog on our head in a minute. He's almost certainly trying to dig through the wall. Yeah. Here, I'll fix his wagon. Alright, let's repair the damage he did. Thankfully you can repair natural stone. There. Now we just dig these out. And replace it with concrete. And we do have some back wall available, don't we? Quite a bit of it, actually. Go ahead and put that right in the middle. Repair some of this concrete that got beaten up a little bit by various annoyances. I'm not going to do back wall up through here yet. I will later, but not yet. Yeah, it's not quite midday. Let's go this way and see what we can find in the way of red dirt. That's what we're looking for. I can't remember if red dirt is just out here or if it's on the other side of the chasm. Oh, there's one of the floating islands. This is probably where we'll have to build our tower to get up there then. We'll have to see about that later. Nope. That dog fell from a floating island and went smoosh. More blue gems. There's another floating island. You can kind of tell where floating islands are by how the water falls. Yeah, the new gun's way more powerful than the old one. So like here you can tell right here's the edge of a floating island. Ooh. And here we are at the chasm. And there's red dirt. Now, let's see if our splendoriferous engineering can get us over there. I kind of doubt it can. I don't think we have enough strong enough materials at this point. We do have some... Okay, we don't have the thingy that lets us see. That's a bit too far. We don't have the material that lets us see strain yet. That's also a bit far. Yeah, I don't think we can get over there until we have better concrete. We're also going to need a lot more of these frames. Let's dig out some iron and then head back and see what we can craft. Ooh, another bat. Hopefully one of these drops a pair of ears because... Nope. We kind of need those for some crafting I want to do. Another blue gem. Place some of these to get us out of here. Okay, if you can't go over, going under might work, just like a dwarf. Going under that chasm is not going to work, to say the least. Okay. The problem with trying to go under for that particular place, I think there's a boss down there. I don't remember though. It's for sure. In any case, going down into the chasm is probably not a high percentage move just yet. So we need to be able to build a we need to be able to build a bridge over it. Having a gun that can actually do damage is really nice. Okay, let's build more concrete, more iron supports. And we have plenty of these. Okay, let's play around with trying to build some bridges. Okay, this is solidly supported because it's got dirt on it. Now we have please go away. I'm trying to do engineering here. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Where can I find a good spot that has solidly supported dirt that I can build off of? Let's try building out over this. Okay, let's cut that back. Nope. How many of these can we build out? Not actually all that many. Problem here is that it's not just a matter of how strong a material is, it's also a matter of how heavy it is. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's grab some more of everything. Let's go back out there. Let's see what we can do. Got plenty of all of our available building materials. I really want these glasses. I hope it's almost night. I'll have to wait until morning. Yeah. We're gonna have to build... You try to drain the lake? I probably will eventually. For now, it's nice to have it there. Oh, we got our first bats coming in. I should put turrets on top of that. Can I build these yet? No, I need coral. We need to go down deeper. Put 2 out there. 3, like that. Okay. These probably will fare very badly against these guys during the day, but we'll see. From what I remember, the enemies that attack at night don't drop their normal stuff. They only drop the radioactive blood, which can be used to craft some things, but I really kind of need bat ears instead. And unfortunately, they're not going to drop that. Let's build 3 more of those and place them on top here. There. I probably should redo my bunker walls with concrete as well. There we go. I want to craft a little more concrete before we leave. Okay. So let's go back out to the deep chasm there. So eventually this whole area is probably going to be riddled with drainage channels. And all of those drainage channels are going to lead to a reservoir that gets used for power production. Kind of like what I had originally there with the pressure column and all that. And I probably could just go ahead and dig a deep enough chamber to get pressure and get coral without having to go down to visit the ocean. Actually, I don't remember if coral will spawn before you discover the ocean if you do it that way or not. I think it does. Because coral just spawns on dirt at a certain depth, from what I remember. Okay, let's go ahead and cut this stuff off. We have to do this a little differently here. Yes, I got a bad ear. We just need 3 more. Okay, we're gonna cut this back like that. No, like that. Okay, now go ahead and put. Would you guys please go away and spot somebody else? Thank you. Let's go dig in. So we can get down underneath here and build better supports. Ooh, that was a little dangerous. Okay. We'll use wood for the top since it's lightest, although it's not very strong at all. Okay. And now... Dang it, we're out of that stuff. Do you think we can make it across? Probably not quite. Would you please let me think? Question is, how far can we get? Okay, that was risky. Admittedly. The concrete is heavier, but it's also stronger. There's definitely tricks to bridging, and most of them I do not remember anymore. Okay. Well, okay, that's one way to do it, I guess. Now that we're over on this side, we can just go ahead and build the bridge from this side, and everything becomes vastly easier. Because, yeah, we don't have to worry about supporting it all from one end anymore. So, actually, go ahead and cut that back a little bit. Like that. And then we can just go ahead and put that there, and we just have a little short gap in the middle of the jump. No problem. And the important thing is, we just got red fern. Yay! Grab a bunch of red fern just in case. Kill a few more bats, because why not? And let's go back to camp and build stuff. Replace the bottom 3 X brace, replace with concrete. Maybe. It doesn't hurt it the way things are, though. Yeah. If I replace this with concrete, replace this with concrete, basically just built it a lot stronger. That'll work out better. It's a lot easier to build when you can see what the integrity is which we will be able to shortly. Because I have enough bat bits to build that. Before we leave, let's just go ahead and mine this iron. We might as well. It'll be useful later. We'll fill up, but I don't think it's a big enough hole to fill permanently. A lot of it will soak away into the dirt. Dang bats. More ears. Now, once we made it across, it was all over. The hard part is getting across in the first place, though. Piranha spawned in the water, and then when it stopped raining, the water level went down, and they drowned. Anyway, that water probably isn't going to stick around for long. Needs constant rain to keep it full. Water can flow through dirt, but stone and we're gonna call it stone and concrete will both block it. Which is nice. Okay, we can build the tier 3 thingy. I'm not even gonna look at the tier 3 stuff yet. Build the Eiffel glasses. They show you how much force and what direction the forces are for items that are placed. The mini mapper. We might as well. Okay, now what do we have in tier 3? We have water detector. We're going to want that eventually. For that we need water flowers, highly radioactive blood, and aluminum, which we haven't even discovered yet. Rare metal detector, which requires gold and mad crab sonar. Various different better guns. Electrical wire, electrical spikes. These are awesome and I really need them. Switches. And the hydroelectric power generator. And also we can craft coal now instead of having to go dig it. Solar panels. Teleporter. Already. Anyway, all these require resources that we're not going to get for quite a while. This mad crab sonar is a boss item. I'm pretty sure. I don't actually remember exactly. But anyway, I think I'm going to go ahead and save the game here. And we're going to switch over to X4. You like this game? I do too. It's quite fun. I think I'm probably going to play more of it on the weekend. But anyway, let's get OBS up here. And hit the BRB screen. And then make sure I save my game and quit, and then we'll start X4. But yeah. For some reason last night it was just like, yeah, you know, I haven't played that game in a long time. I want to play it again. And so I was like, hey, you know, I'll play it tomorrow a little bit on stream. So. But anyway, now we're going to play X4 like I promised. And I also need to change the stream title. Oh, let's see. What should I call this? Well, let's change the game first. And then for the title, I will do mining for great profit. Sorta. Okay. And let me switch over to the X4 cam. And start loading the game. But yeah. I think Saturday or Sunday I'll probably play that for most of the morning or something. We'll see. Because playing Hydraulic Engineer with annoying enemies attacking you occasionally, the game, can be kind of fun. I'm not sure how long I want to play it, because, let's be honest, it doesn't take that long to finish everything there is to do. There are some challenge maps and stuff like that are interesting. And of course there's harder difficulties. But apparently the really hard difficulties are indeed very hard. But I think they just make enemies tougher. And for me, most of the fun isn't fighting the enemies, it's building cool engineering projects to do things with water. One of the other things I want to try over the weekend is I want to revisit Oxygen Not Included. I played that a little tiny bit eons ago when I bought it, and I never played it since. But maybe we'll do that next week. Because I'd like to have a little more time to invest than more than just, like, say, 1 or 2 days on a weekend. But anyway, for now, we need to get back to making money. And to make money, we need more miners. And to get more miners, we need money. And we need places for the miners to mine at, which I need to do more exploring to find more places with silicon. Where's the... Okay. Silicon is actually selling pretty well here, apparently. That's good to know. Are there any places I know of? Supposedly somebody's buying silicon around here, but yeah, they're full up. Oh, yeah, there's silicon here. I already have a miner here, though. That's unfortunate. I really need to get some scouts going and just explore the universe. I know we're...
Warning! Explosive materials can be hazardous. Please contact the Dockmaster if you have any on board.
Asp.
BRB going to cook food. I should have done that before I started the stream, but I didn't. Oh well. I'll just have to not be hungry until a few hours from now. Let's see. I should probably... I already have a miner here in Family's Inn mining silicon too, don't I? Everywhere that I check, it's like, oh, there's a silicon mine there. It's like, oh wait, I already have a miner there. Bloody have quite a few systems. Oh. I should probably explore Pyramid Space more and find where their silicon refinery is, because they have one somewhere. Just not sure where it's at. Let's go ahead And go to Pious Mists 4.
Accelerator. Pious Mists 4.
There's ore and silicon there. So there's a reasonable chance that they have a refinery there as well. Failing that, we'll go to Pious Mists 9, check that. I should buy another miner. 2.4 million. We're actually doing pretty good on money at the moment. Wow. Pretty good by the standards of this run so far. Yeah. Somebody sold minerals for 122k. Not sure which miner this would be. Most of them are selling for about 100 or so. Which, that's doing pretty good. We've got 3, or is it 4 miners at this point? I think it might be 3.
Pious Mists 4.
Did I fully explore this place? I think I might have. If I fully explored this place, then where are the silicon refineries? Okay.
Accelerator. Pious Mists 11.
I don't see the accelerator either. Wait. Do I know about whatever that is? No, I don't. Okay. Gotta hope this is a silicon refinery. Alright, so if you find another silicon refinery here somewhere. Oh, okay, that's not a silicon refinery. It's gonna be a pirate base, I almost guarantee it. Well, guess we'll find out in a moment. If it's a pirate base, and if they let me land, that would be awesome, because it would mean we could... No, it's a refined goods complex, okay. There's just a bunch of pirates flying around it for some reason. Alrighty. Well, I guess we're gonna fly over to the accelerator and visit the next system then. Because I really don't see any other stations around here. There's a miner going at it. But who knows where he's hauling his stuff. Oh wait, refined goods complex buys silicon. Okay. And it's also got a good price going. Emergency, emergency. Buy miner immediately. Size M. Bolo mineral. Chicken loadout. Add to shopping list. Firm order. About a minute till it's built. So we did indeed find the silicon refinery after all. It just apparently has some other stuff attached to it as well. Okay, what's the name of this system? Pious Mists 4. Okay. 20 seconds left.
Entering highest mists 11.
Let's thrust her over here a little bit, and then we'll park. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, you, behaviors, default orders, local auto mine, where, silicon, anchor space, bias mists 4, confirm. There you go. Go do your thing. What are you waiting for? Apparently nothing. Okay. Our explorer has gotten to Jupiter. Oh, he was stopped with the police. That's why he was waiting for signal. Okay. How cooperative of you. In the meanwhile, there is a bunch of stations that I did not explore when I was here earlier. We should go do that. Let's see, what day is today anyway? Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Unless something comes up, I'll be playing more X4 tomorrow. And then Thursday, which currently Westnoth is our Thursday game. And then we have Friday. I'm not sure what I'm going to do Friday, whether it'll be X4 or whether I'm going to be seduced into playing more Westnoth. We'll have to see. And then the weekend. There's too many days in between weekends. It needs to be weekends all the time. Okay. Are there any other stations? There's a couple. Do I already know about these? No, I don't. Okay, good. There's just way too many days in between weekends. If it was weekends all the time, and I could do a 12-hour stream every single day, we would get so much done. I don't know if I would... I probably would do a 10, 12-hour stream every day if I could. At least until I got tired of it. I couldn't promise to be the same game for all 10 or 12 hours, but... Okay, no more silicon refineries. That's really all we care about. Okay. I think I know about these already. This ore refinery. And the accelerator out. Oh, there's some. Need to go check these out. We should probably also make sure that the silicon refineries are distributing their wares efficiently. Last game,
Factory. Medical supply factory.
every time I tried to make money shipping other people's goods, I ended up making barely any money. It just wasn't very great. Or at least I wasn't very good at it, apparently. I had several freighters that made money. They just never made very much money. And honestly, that was kind of a problem.
Accelerator. Highest mists. 2.
Because when mining was making me 1 to 200,000 credits per trip, or more in some cases, it just getting 30,000 per trip just didn't seem very worthwhile. And even now, medium miners selling in less than ideal markets are making 100,000 per trip on silicon. And also, dang it, we didn't go through. I had too much of an angle. Anyway. I don't think I'm even going to bother trying to get freighters going except for my own stuff.
Highest mists. 2.
Okay, we're back out here. Should we go on to explore these two? Don't think either of these places has much in the way of mining going on. How long ago did we check this place out? Helium, 38 credits per unit. Yeah, there's no use trying to do any gas mining. Silicon just feels like the only thing that's really worth mining to sell. I'm sure the others make good money in large enough quantities if you can somehow get somebody who's willing to buy a lot of it. Got 4 miners going. Get one more going, we should be making roughly 100,000 a minute. Probably actually making close to that already because I don't think these are all making. Okay, the nude is making a little over 100,000 a time. This guy hasn't got on location yet. This one's making 120, 130, 100,000, depending. This one's making about 100,000 a trip. Yeah, we're making decent money. This one is still in the void. It'll take him quite a while to get to where he's going, unfortunately. Well, actually, no, wait. The next jump will get him onto the highway, and then from the highway, it's a single jump to Pious Mist 4, so should actually get to where he's going quite quickly. I do have the engines killed, don't I? No, I don't. We've almost made back what we spent on that ship already. These are still damaged. Wonder if they're still being attacked by a K, or if they've driven the K off and are just being repaired. Okay, so where all do we have miners? We have a miner in the orange split space. We have a miner in Talati space somewhere over here, Grand Exchange. And then we have a miner here in Paranid space. And then a miner here in other different Paranid space. As far as I can tell at this point in the game, every race has like one silicon refinery powering their entire economy. And those refineries are mostly well supplied. So we can't really run more than one miner per race. How are our relationships with the other split? Zareth Patriarchy, of course, loves us. But what about the free families? Okay, the free families don't like us very much. And neither do the fallen families. I wonder what the split storyline is like. And if we're going to end up in a war with these guys. Because I know we're at war with the Argon. Apparently us and the Free families just kind of don't get along. The Patriarchy and the Free families. But are not actually at war. Or at least not at war yet. Well, the Terrans... From what I've been able to tell, the Terrans don't need any what do you want to call them? The Terrans have so many miners running around that you can't really fill any mining niches there. Or at least that's how it was in my last world. And in this world, I haven't seen anything that makes me think it's different. PIO. They did have a silicon need. But now checking back, I think it might be filled. But I don't actually know for sure. It might just be that I lost vision on the station, and so it's not registering anymore. Ministry of Finance. They don't own sectors. I wonder if the Talati have more than one. Because the Talati do cover a lot of space. And I can't quite bring myself to believe that the entire Talati faction is getting its silicon from a single refinery in Grand Exchange 1. It just doesn't seem likely. But then again, most of these Talati systems apparently don't have resources. Or not many. 18 billion does have some. But I didn't see anything in 18 billion that was willing to buy silicon, so they might be doing all their mining out of Grand Exchange. I should probably go back to Grand Exchange and explore a little bit more.
Jump gate. Nobilius fortune.
So, let's head to Grand Exchange and we'll do a little more scouting around the area. So, yeah. People wandering through. Also, I need to do a bunch of exploring over here in Orange Split Space to figure out where I'm going to base my future industry. Family Zen is maybe a good choice. I don't think I've actually placed anything to... Well, hydrogen and methane sort of exists. There's Nvidium here, actually. Ore and silicon levels are good. Helium sort of exists. You might be able to base all of our industry in a corner of Family Zen or something. I should probably scatter some scanners around. Can figure out what's going on as far as the ore distribution there.
Entering system. Nobilius fortune.
Okay, and drift this away, and drift that away, and through the gate we go.
Entering system. Grand exchange.
Okay. So, welcome to Grand Exchange, I guess. Get ourselves nice and level on the plane.
You are here to deal with that sensor distorting ship?
No, actually I'm not.
Your much anticipated arrival fills me with considerable relief and delight.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not why I'm here.
unknown object.
Oh, what is this? I should probably be using my long-range scanner more. I don't remember what the range for it is, though. In any case, let's go. Oh, it's a data vault. Okay. Not interested at the moment. I'm not sure what the reward is for finding all the data vaults. But there's a quest when you open one to find like 20 some of the damn things. It's like, yeah, you know, I can kind of do without. Thank you. 20 data vaults just doesn't sound like fun. I'm sure someday I'll have to do it, but that day can come later. Yeah, this place is not that rich. Go ahead and stop here and drop a resource probe. Yeah, silicon levels are quite low. Oh, you know, I installed a mod that supposedly removes dock speed limits. I need to test that yet. It's a very old mod. Made for like 1.5 or something. So I'm going to hope it still works, because I wasn't able to find a version that's supposed to work with modern versions. I did open it up and look at the code, and it is exceedingly simple, so I'm just going to hope that it still functions. Let's go dock at our headquarters to see if it works. I'm going to be very happy if this thing functions exactly the way it's supposed to. But anyway, someone does need to tell the devs of this game that the 90s and early 2000s called and want their XML back.
Docking granted.
At least they're not using, what are you gonna call it? Oh, it does work. There's no speed limit. All right.
Successfully docked.
It's an honor to have you aboard.
Well, now as long as I remember not to press tab to go to max speed when I'm in a dock, we're good. How well do you think that's going to work out? Okay, that is so nice just to be able to throttle up to about 100 or so and sail right on out. So nice that I'm going to do it again without the docking this time.
Docking granted. Docking aborted.
Oh yeah. That's everything I wanted in a mod right there. Go try it on another station just to make sure it continues to function.
Docking granted.
No, I don't want to actually dock. Oh well.
Successfully docked.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, no speed limit. Alrighty. That makes me happy. Now, there are about explorer stations out in front of us? Oh, I only know of 2. Okay, there's stations out there that are unknown. Ooh. Plutonium Foundry. This is a I can't remember if this is the replacement for hull parts. No, it can't be because here's the hull part factory. So this would be the replacement for refined metal, I think. Okay. Ice refinery. It's definitely not worth hauling ice. That stuff sells way too cheap. I tried to set up an ice miner last game. It didn't go so well. Not only did we not make money, but we ended up with a full load of ice that we couldn't sell anywhere because apparently the AI were doing a fine job of supplying ice all on their own. The only time it was worth ice mining was when I was trying to, what do you call it? Let's go drop a
Empty space.
ore detector over here. Just one. We don't need to cover the whole system or anything. I just want to have a little slightly better coverage. And then from here, I'm not sure where I want to go next. I should check to see how the various miners are making out quickly, and then we can probably go explore split space a little bit more thoroughly. I should buy another scout fighter and set him to exploring split space for me. Okay, go ahead and drop one of our resource probes. Then I want to check the values. Ice, little tiny bit of ore, little tiny bit of silicon. Hardly enough to matter. Okay. Yeah. Let's go back to Talati space. I need to explore up this way. First, let's buy another scout. Size S. Got a rapier, because I think they're the cheapest one. Or was it the Nimcha? They don't have presets? Thought I saved a preset. Well, we'll take the minimum. Choose travel drives. Combat thrusters, sure, why not? We'll do all rounds. Shield generators, Mark 1. No weapons. Basic software. No consumables. A pilot. And this should be enough. Okay, let's buy one of these. About 30 seconds. Steak cooked, now your mother-in-law is driving your wife up the wall. Better you than me. Well, except the steak. I'd take the steak. Alrighty. Take this rapier and we will first explore what is effectively our home system. Go ahead and increase the size of that. And then we'll explore family crit. Once again, max size. From here, we'll go family new. Max size. And north, Desirous Dominion 1. Boom, explore. Max size. Looks like there's some Xenon here or somebody making problems. Explore. Okay. Should also explore Wretched Skies, but I'm gonna head that way myself, I think. Eventually we're gonna want to order AI explorers to come in behind me and make sure I didn't miss anything, but for now that's not a big concern. Okay, well I'm going to let this fly on autopilot. And I am going to grab a water. So I will be right back. Oh. Pretty nice having a refrigerator in the next room. Sure. How much money do we have? 3 million. Once we get about 9 million, I think I'm going to buy a katana. Because we really need to get a different ship. And the katana is probably about the only thing that I'm really going to appreciate about this run. And even then, I'm going to be kind of sad the whole time about using it with Terran engines. We'll see. If it drives me nuts and crazy enough, I might make an exception to the rule for player-controlled ships being allowed to have split engines. But nah. At least not for now. Terran engines are just so bad. I like Terran capital ships, but so far what I've seen of Terran everything else, well, the Terran freighters don't seem bad. Mostly just because I like the way they look. But anyway.
Looks like you won't be going home.
Oh, who's creating a problem now?
Nova, Vanguard.
Oh, it's the Argon. The Argon really just don't like me very much. That's fine. I'm plotting to roll my capital ships into their systems eventually. Not their core systems, just their
Entering
the ones that
system,
are up against the
18
split.
billion.
Okay, so from 18 billion, we're going to go through Activa's Choice and Tharkus Cascade. I guess the alternative is going way out around. I need to set up some AI orders to tell them to never go through Argon Prime or Tharkus Cascade. This area will kind of be off limits. Then go through Second Contact and down around the highway like that. Or like this, I guess it would be. But I don't want them going up here.
Entering system. Silent witness.
Silent Witness. Black Hole Sun, that area. Should kind of be off limits. Especially because I'm quite sure that by the end of all this, the Argon are going to dislike me even more than they already do. Okay, so we might have to manually fly some of the
Entering
route
system. Atikva's Choice.
through
Jump gate.
Tharkus Cascade. But we'll see when we get there.
Danger. Hazardous region. Entering system. Tharkus Cascade.
I don't really like this system very much. If it wasn't a, quote, hazardous region, end quote, I probably wouldn't mind it as much, but it's just annoying to fly fighters in here. Yeah, we need to take this defense platform. Getting rid of that is a pretty high priority. And then getting our own stuff built in here is equally high. Whoa, okay. I need to clear this system out and make it safe for the split. Shit.
Jump gate. Family Zin.
Like I said, we might have to
Danger.
do some manual
Hazardous
flying in
region
here.
detected.
I don't want to burn up all my shield, but it looks like we're gonna anyway.
Explosion imminent.
Let me out! Let me out! And there we go.
Entering system. Family Zin.
This is a split freighter, it looks like. Yeah, it's a Buffalo. Split freighters look kind of cool.
M.
Oh, there's a K over here. I really don't have a ship that can deal with this.
Taking serious damage.
Well, don't fly next to the K's then, dumbass.
K.
There's more than one K here. We should probably take our cute little fighter over there and go shoot their engines and then their weapons until they're dead in space and can't shoot anything, and then sit there and contemplate them for a while because we really can't do anything to them with our current weapon loadout. How much money do I have? 3.5 million. It'll be a little while till we can buy a bigger ship. And this ship really is just, the guns are terrible. I like the style of guns, but they're all the Mark 1s, and Would you please stop flying your unarmed scout fighter in the vicinity of a fully armed K, you idiot?
Explosion imminent.
Yeah, they are wrecking this station. And that is very bad.
Danger.
Okay.
Explosion imminent.
Awesome. We took the one out. Now we need to sit here until we regen our shields. We can pop out. Boom. Okay, his rear turrets are gone. We can now safely sit behind him.
Danger.
This is going to take a while.
Danger.
Man, these guns suck.
Danger. Danger.
Oh, well. Eventually it'll blow up.
Danger.
Yes, I know. It's dangerous. Now
How
shut up
damage.
already. Okay, let's move over here and regen our shields then. Regen our shields. There we go.
Danger.
Not sure how we lost our shields in the first place. Maybe we didn't even regen them before we moved out there.
Danger.
Yeah, these guns are so bad.
Danger.
For this task, to be clear. Well, they're also bad for dogfighting, but I like, okay,
Danger.
I like this basic style of gun. These things. The,
Explosion imminent.
oh, whatever they're even called. Tau accelerators.
Danger.
I used them all last game for a lot of my fighters, and I really liked them. They did a great job. The problem is, these are Mark 1 Tau accelerators.
Danger.
And I only have 2 of them. Whereas last game, all the fighters I flew had 4.
Danger.
So, yeah. Basically, I'm flying a very crappy version of what I had last game
Danger.
when it comes to guns. And also, I mounted blast mortars. No,
Danger.
wait. No. Okay. On my personal fighters, most of the time, I had 2 blast mortars and 2 Mark II Tau accelerators. Whereas now, I have 2 Mark 1s and a single pulse
Danger.
laser, which may as well be a pea shooter because it doesn't do any real damage.
Danger.
So these are just terrible guns all around.
Danger.
Yeah. Danger. Danger. Our shields are starting to drain. We should probably go recharge them.
Danger.
I really need to get a better ship.
Danger.
Problem is, all the better ships that I can get are also slow. Ridiculously so. Okay, we're getting shield regen now. And boom. Engines are gone. Now, we need to take care of those turrets. Starting with this one. That's a shield generator. That's a turret. Come on. There we go. Now to the other side. Oh wait, no. Let's go straight for the big guns, I guess. Now the cool thing about these guns, if you sit in just the right spot, you can hit them and they can't hit you. Unfortunately, you also waste a lot of your shots against whatever ship you're shooting at. Let's see if they shoot us from up here. No, they don't. They're too focused on the station below. Well, that's going to be a problem for them. Boom. I'm not going to let them shoot that station below. It's strictly contraindicated. Anyway, as soon as we hit like 8 or 9 million, I'm getting a katana. And I'm gonna pray its guns are more effective. Unfortunately, the Terrans only have like 1 or 2 kinds of gun. So there's not a whole lot of choice.
Explosion imminent.
Well, they're taking out another chunk of the station. Bastards. Thing just doesn't do well against the shields. Okay. We're so close. Just a couple more hits. Alright, now let's try for the bottom guns. Thankfully, they're all too focused on their prey, and I can just wham away at them until they blow up. These things have like 4 shields. Xenon need a nerf. Also, hello.
Explosion imminent.
I don't really agree the Xenon needs a nerf because they are very limited by their gun range. What is needed though is that this ship with terrible guns on it needs a buff. And it needs a buff by me buying better guns, not these guns being made better.
Explosion imminent.
Actually, I don't know. Because let's be honest, why would anyone ever use Mark I guns? It's dumb. They're honestly pretty terrible. I can't really think of a reason why I'd want to use them. Boom. Okay, now we just need to go get the guns on their side. And then this thing will be completely defanged.
Explosion Explosion imminent.
Parked in space, unable to do anything except slowly repair itself, so I'm not sure why I'm even doing this, because I can't take out the... Oh, hello. Hello. Please stop. You're being mean to me. That's illegal. Those are the nose guns that I completely forgot they existed. We had best avoid those in the future. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't board Xenon ships. Otherwise, definitely. Mark 1 guns are just a bad idea all around. That's the other side gun I didn't shoot.
Explosion imminent.
And I also forgot about that one. Normally you don't need to take those out because there's big blind spots. Okay, are we actually getting decent amounts of shots on target? Kind of, sort of. A little bit, maybe. Hopefully, what passes for Split Navy will show up and take this thing out for me. Because I don't have anything that can do it. And I don't have the time to sit around and guard it. Make sure it doesn't rebuild any parts of it. Okay, there. Will you please stop now? One K dead in the water. Now where's the other one?
K.
With this thing, we're back to square one, namely... Does it have rear turrets? Yeah, it does. However, the rear turrets... Xenon ships just have so many blind spots. Rise above them. Actually flip around so we get a slightly better view. Come on. Come on. Okay, we need to sit here and contemplate our actions and regen shields. I wish I had a capital ship.
Explosion imminent.
I need to work on getting a strap a nuke to the bombing ship and fix them. I don't think that works. What I really need is some kind of weapon that can shoot through shields, but I don't think the Terrans have one. Okay, with the rear turrets gone, we can now do terrible, terrible things to the engines.
Danger.
Until they stop. Unfortunately,
Danger.
the engines have quite a lot of health. And my piddly little guns do not do much damage. I thought about getting a replacing this little pea shooter laser with a missile launcher. But I decided not to because this thing can only carry 20 missiles, like 22 missiles I think it is. And so while it would likely do a lot more damage, you'd run out pretty quick.
Danger.
Let's see, we're at 4.3 million. I think we need
Danger.
roughly double that to get a much better ship. With most of that cost probably being the engines.
Danger.
Not engines, guns.
Danger.
If we can get this guy dead in the water when he's
Danger.
out of range of the station, then I won't even have to destroy his turrets. I just have to keep his engines dead.
Danger.
Danger. Danger.
Danger.
Wait, I don't have a setting. Okay.
Danger.
I guess we'll do that. Boom.
Danger.
And boom. There, we can now use the pew pew laser while the good lasers are actually cooling down, and then use the good laser while the pew pew laser is cooling down. And that way, we can always be firing something and keep the shields down all the time. Oh, his first set of engines is about ready to go kaput. And over their side. How fast is this thing going? Very slow, that's how fast it's going. Thankfully they share shields between the sides, so we can just save ourselves from having to take that out. Oh, anyway. Yeah. We're making money, just not as fast as I'd like to make money. As soon as this one's dead in the water, we need to go check the other one and make sure he hasn't regened his engines.
Explosion imminent.
Please stop shooting the station. I would like to register a complaint. Also, we might as well scan this thing. Oh, his engines are almost gone. Finally. Yeah, we might actually take it out with the pew pew laser here. And boom. Alright, now where's the other one? There.
K.
Go scan him as well. Oh yeah, I don't even have to worry about approaching this one because almost all of his turrets are gone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that was dumb of me. It's a race. Who's gonna blow up first? He did. Get a scan. Ooh, is that a operable engine? That's a becoming operable engine. We should blow up his engine shields. Luckily, we don't have to worry about this problem quite so much. Not sure which are the engine shields, though. If you had a nuke, you'd be down for the count now. I don't know if this game even has nukes. I've not seen any. Well, we have a friendly. Boom. Let's clear off the other turret that was the nose turrets that were up here. Not sure where they're actually located. That's where they're located. Right there. Okay. They can indeed shoot there. Heavy smart missile. I don't think we would even need a smart missile for this, to be honest. Dumbfires probably work just as well. You know what? Screw those guys. Let's go over to the other K. And let's take out his big turrets.
K.
Which would be a little more challenging. Because they're not focused on a different target. Actually, let's take out the side ones first. The side small turrets. Okay. Boom. Alright. Now, the big turrets. Remember correctly, if they're not focused on somebody else, we have to use a somewhat... Okay. There we go. We just manually aim a little high and... everything works out. I thought about replacing, like I said earlier, I thought about replacing the pea shooter with a dumbfire missile launcher. But I can only carry 20 of them, and it was like, I'd always have to go back for ammo, and... Okay. There goes that one. Go get the chin turret. Go ahead and blast this thing till it blows up. Can't see the health bar, which is mildly annoying, but we don't really need it. The main problem here is that our guns are in no way big enough to go through the main shield, so we can't actually destroy the ship. We just have to hope this plate come do it for us. Which doesn't seem very likely at the moment. Oh, we haven't even got through the shield yet.
We found something out here.
Lockbox, not interested. Oh, it's almost dead. Boom. Okay, now for the other side. Now, the other side. Oh, hello. Actually, wait. Oh, now it's focused on me. Yeah, you can't hit me. Sure wants to try, though. I don't think it likes me very much. I'm not sure why. Yeah, its shields are almost gone. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. And kaboom, it blows up. Alright, on to the next one. I want to be a little low. Boom. Just go ahead and flatten this thing. Once this is gone, then we just have the two bottom turrets yet, which actually be probably way more interesting trying to shoot because I don't think there's any good angles where you can easily shoot the bottom turrets from a blind spot. And we don't have a fire and duck kind of weapon like the... Okay, good. That blew up before I could shoot too much of whatever it was firing upon. Let's go check out the engines. Oh, forgot about the side turret. Now let's go check out the engines on this thing. Make sure they're still down, and then we'll go check the other one. Make sure its engines are still down. Okay, the engines are most definitely not still down. Time to correct that problem. Yeah, we definitely need a bigger ship. Sooner the better. And while we can get a capital ship by doing the Terran mission, we're going to need a bigger ship to do that, too. Okay, let's go say hello to this dude.
Okay.
Hey, how are you? Having a nice time here? Okay, your engines are still down? Good deal. Go ahead and scan it a bunch and see if we can get more information out of it. Oop. Alright.
Okay.
Now,
Requesting immediate backup.
got some fighters showing up. Unfortunately, they're mostly enemy fighters. That's not good. I really don't think there's much I can do here, to be honest. Is there even a dock left alive on the equipment dock? No, it doesn't really look like it. Yeah, we need at least a medium ship in here to take out these things.
N.
Go see if we can save a split fighter. At least we can be mildly disruptive. Okay, I think he just blew up. Might as well engage all the guns. Come on, blow up. I need you gone. Boom.
K.
Okay. That's all there is around here is K's. Okay, your engines are still dead. Where's your buddy? There's his buddy. How are your engines doing? Uh-oh.
K.
That looks a lot like you're getting an engine back. You're not allowed to do that. Did you ask for permission to have your engines back?
Thank you.
No? Well, then what do you expect? No engines allowed. Yeah, there. We should take this time to clear out shields. As many shields as we can get. I think these are the bottom gun shields. Which, there being 4 of them, are pretty tough. I know why various stuff on the surface of the ship isn't protected by the main shields, but they really should be protected by the main shields, let's be honest. Admittedly, it would make it way harder. But anyway. It wouldn't really be possible to just pick a ship apart like this with a fighter. Really, it shouldn't be possible to pick a ship apart like this with a fighter. The main shield should cover everything. And the secondary shields should come into action after the main shields do. But it's probably a good thing nobody asked me. Okay, so his engine shields are down. Yeah, alright. Let's go continue to deturret the other one, why don't we? Whoa, whoa, forgot about the front turrets. Did we take the side turret off this? Looks kind of like it. Alright, let's go check the other side. I think we already took the main turrets off this as well. I don't actually remember. Ooh, we didn't take that side turret off. Come on, hurry up and die. And boom. Our shields are just strong enough to outlive it. Okay, we took the cheek turrets off. We did not take the bottom turrets off. Problem with the bottom turrets is that they're very tanky. And they're well protected. They don't have a very large firing arc. But they more than make up for it in armor. Let's see if we can poke our nose down there anyway. They're kind of nestled in between the engines, which is a weird place to put turrets.
K.
Yeah, they immediately decide to retaliate. And if we get hit by one of those, we're going to be a little smear on somebody's figurative windshield. I wonder if we can get them from below, from over here. Or if they have enough a lip around them that we can't. Okay. We can do this. It's going to be a long and boring process, but we can do this. For some reason, these things have 4 shields between them. So it's going to take a little while. The engine's back up to your left. So it is. That must not be allowed. Unfortunately, it does mean that those things are going to regenerate a lot of their shield, but... I guess that can't be helped. Boom. Okay. They didn't regenerate all their shield. And that's what matters. Okay, now it's down. For some reason I didn't quite get enough on it to blow it up last time. Hey, what are you guys shooting at? Knock it off. Shooting at a freighter. Stop shooting innocent freighters. Okay. Oh, these ain't long. The shields are their shields are gone. Pretty sure that's a freighter going boom. Well, that's a gun going boom. And kaboom. This thing has no guns except the front small guns. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take out the engine shields so you'll use your time of destroying them next time. I should have done this much earlier. And boom. Now for the other side. And then before they recharge, let's take out these bottom ones too. Might as well. There's no real reason not to take these out. And boom. Bottom shields are gone. Now let's go check on the other one, who has surely regenerated at least something by now. Hey, you.
K.
Ah, he got an engine back, but since we took care of the engine shields, not a problem. Nice and easy. Not sure if they have a repair priority, but it always seems like they repair the engines dozens of times before they ever get around to trying to repair any turrets. So I'm pretty sure they always try to repair the engines first. As long as they just keep pruning those engines, these things are going to be stuck dead in space. Hopefully. Although I don't know if my patience is going to last that long. We're at 6 million already almost. So maybe I'll just stick around keeping these dead in space until I can order my new ship. Ooh, here's a chance. Here's our chance. Front turrets go boom. Okay, well, good luck with that, Mr. Laser Tower. Both of these are turretless, except this one's front turrets. Wonder if we can peek those quickly. Having them distracted with the laser tower helped a lot with the previous one, but maybe we can get these on our own. Because it would be kind of nice to have it completely turretless. Okay. Yeah, this will work. We're doing a lot of missing, but it'll work. Yeah, the laser tower has no chance of killing it. I don't even know if a bunch of laser towers could kill it, to be honest. Okay. Deturreted. Yeah, see, it's still at 100% shield. I don't think the laser tower's even firing on it. Probably cooling down. But even if the laser tower could fire at it continuously, it would regen faster than the laser tower can take it down. Now, if I had a weapon that would penetrate shields, I could just pick away at these until they died, and then we'd be done. It'll be all over with the screaming. But as it is, I just do not have enough weapons to even dent his shields. Don't tell him, you'll hurt his feelings. Thankfully, laser towers don't have feelings. Because, let's be honest, they're not that powerful of a weapon. Oh. And so it was. A patrol was set up constantly to keep the engines destroyed on both Ks, and they became permanent monuments. Kept around floating forever in space as monuments to the Great Xenon War. I'm not sure that'd be ethical, though. It'd be kind of like chopping the arms and legs off a prisoner and keeping him around as a monument. I don't think it'd be a good idea. Sounds like something you would do in Dwarf Fortress, though. Not that I've ever done that. Okay, maybe once or twice. Anyway, how much money do we have currently? 6 million. It won't be too much longer to make another couple million. Yeah. I remember once where I built it's something somebody had come up with on the forums, and I thought it was really awesome, and so I built one for myself with a few small tweaks. But basically, you make a 2-wide hallway, where the hallway is shaped like a basically, well, what you do is you take a 2-wide hallway with 2 rows of ramps facing each other. Then whenever invaders arrived, you would drop platinum minecarts. Platinum being one of the heaviest metals you could use for the purpose of making a minecart. You drop platinum minecarts on those ramps, and they would continuously roll back and forth, because the game didn't really simulate friction all that well. And so they would just, even if they hit something, if they stopped, if they came to a rest, they would start rolling again because they're sitting on a ramp. The game wasn't smart enough to realize that maybe they're sitting at the bottom of the ramp instead of the top of the ramp. It would just be, oh, they're sitting on a ramp, therefore they must roll. So, this seesaw of Armok, as it was known, would just have these minecarts rolling back and forth constantly. And platinum minecarts are really heavy. Certainly heavy enough to make pretty much any creature in the game think twice. Like, well, some really super big ones wouldn't necessarily. I don't think, say, a bronze colossus would necessarily consider them too much of a problem, but definitely even some forgotten beasts and stuff would run into something like that and go squish. Goblins definitely didn't stand a chance. But anyway. Then, of course, after every siege, you would have to have the dwarves go in and clean it up. There was a setup that if you opened gates, the minecart would roll out of the system and you could recover it and park it. So the system didn't run constantly. Or didn't have to run constantly. You just pull levers to turn it on and off, basically. Because you definitely did not want to let any dwarves in there because they would go smooshed as easily as a goblin would. But there were definitely a great number of body parts that had to be cleaned up every time you had a siege. Particularly if it was like kobolds or something, because they would basically explode. As soon as that game comes out on Steam, I'm definitely going to be playing it on stream. Because I used to play a ton of Dwarf Fortress, and I just haven't played it in years. It's high time to revisit it. Alright, let's go shoot some fighters. But anyway, I used to have... I used to have a really nice blueprint for a fortress entrance that had one of those in it and a whole bunch of other stuff. We need to regen shields. But anyway, had a big fancy setup. All kinds of big ol' airlocks and places where you could open this set of doors and let a caravan in without actually opening up access to your fort, and then close it up behind them, either to trap the caravan in or to well, for less evil forts, to protect a caravan during a siege if one happened to show up. Most of the time I didn't actually use the trap elves or anything like that, although it did happen occasionally. After all, it's easier to just take the elf stuff than it is to pay them for it. After all, what's the worst that'll happen? They declare war on you? Oh no.
Thanks for your help.
But anyway. I never did really use things like atom smashers or anything like that because, I don't know, they always struck me as a bit cheaty. But then I would turn around and exploit weird physics things like the seesaw, so I guess everybody has their limits.
Okay.
Alright, let's go check on these guys, make sure their engines are still down. Okay, his are. Now where's the other one? There it is. And his are. Good deal. But anyway, I used to play so much Dwarf Fortress, it's not even funny. And then I discovered Dwarf Fortress modding, and to be perfectly honest, modding is kind of why I stopped playing Dwarf Fortress. Because I had a lot of different mods.
Thank you.
And eventually it reached the point where every time I went to play the game, I was testing one mod or another, and it just wasn't fun anymore. But hopefully with, I'm not sure how many years it'd be now, but a good number of years of not doing that under my belt, I could maybe go back without spending my entire time fixing mods. Because one problem with Dwarf Fortress modding is that a lot of stuff doesn't take effect until you start a new world. So I would spend an inordinate amount of time. I'd find a bug, I'd fix the bug. I'd either figure out a way to work around it so that I could keep playing and have the thing kind of sort of work, or I wouldn't. And if I didn't, then I just had to deal with that bug for the remainder of the fortress. And of course you don't find bugs in things that you're not trying to do. So that would mean there would be something wrong with something I was trying to use. Yeah. But anyway. How much money do we have? 6.6 million. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Let's go park over here a little bit. And let's check to see how much exactly we're going to need. This is kind of the wrong spot. We need to be a little bit more in between these two so we can just, at a glance, see who all's dead in the water. This is a bit close. We need to go down a little bit. But too much. Go over this way. And then kind of sit like this. There, we can see all 4 engines. And fighters would show up, wouldn't they? Damn it. I just got in position, you little pesky little bastards. Go away. I wonder if I dropped a couple of laser towers at the right spots, if they would shoot the bring out columns, if they would shoot the engines. That might actually be worth trying. Okay, where's the other K? There's 1K. Okay, we can actually see all the engines here. Let's go and take a look at... there's the autosave. Go see how much it's going to cost us to buy a katana. With the best weapons and all that stuff, of course, because... Would you please stop shooting me, you bastard? I'm trying to get stuff done here. This is why you don't install laser turrets on your stuff. They're just really pathetic. Okay, boom, 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 boom. See if we can get this loot sucked up quick. And there we go. Loot suck completed. Alright. Engines are still down. That doesn't look very down.
K.
Now it is. Okay, how about the other one?
Thanks for your help.
That may or may not be down. Looks like it's still down, okay.
P.
Okay, listen here, buddy. I don't like you, and you are annoying. Oh, yep.
K.
Boom.
N.
Oh yeah, we need to get out of here. Our shields are down. We're taking damage. That's bad. Thankfully, they're not very good shots. Also, our hull is pretty damaged. But there's not really a lot we can do about that because the place I would like to repair it at is kind of a smoking ruin at the moment. So, you know, that might be a small issue. Speaking of which... Save me, station. Your guns are my only hope. Yeah, I got a couple of them.
P.
I kind of like the way the lasers sound. Too bad they suck. Hey, who do you think you're shooting at? Stop it. Knock it off. Boom.
P.
Okay, let's go take this guy's shields down so that the lasers have a better chance. Not that they're ever going to have much of a chance, to be honest, because they're so crap. At least they'll do something to his hull now. Come on, guys, use plasmas. I know they suck against fighters, but seriously, plasmas, you need them. You need the range against Ks. Okay, hopefully we can take a second here to check on the Terran Wharf. Want a size M. You want a katana with the high preset. We need to adjust the weapons to proton barrages instead of meson streams, because the meson streams are manually aimed long-range sniper guns. And then I can't remember if I decide bolt or pulse. Let's go bolt this time. 10 million. Yikes. Okay, that's more than I thought it was. You can probably trim that down a little bit. Question is, do I want to trim that down a little bit? And the answer is kind of no. Yeah. 9.4 million with those tweaks. I'm not sure if I want bolts or pulse. I'm going to have to look that up in the encyclopedia again. We definitely want proton barrages, because those are the best weapons we can afford. Or that the Terrans can provide, I should say. And we want combat engine Mark IIIs, even though the Terran Mark IIIs suck. Let's save this loadout for faster buying later. Okay. So we need to check bolt versus pulse. Military, weapons. Terran. Medium pulse laser Mark II. No, wait, we want turrets. Turrets. Terran, medium pulse turret. Okay. Definitely pulse. Because pulse have faster projectiles. And if I'm going to be maneuvering a ship, they need to get their shot off quickly. Also, faster rotation speed.
Thank you.
So, let's go modify that. Oops. Size M. Katana. Okay, I guess. Turrets. Pulse.
Requesting immediate backup.
Pulse. Save loadout. Overwrite loadout. Boom. Ready to buy the second we're ready to go. Nice to see the station actually having some guns to take care of itself again. Alright, loot suck. I'm not terribly happy with that loadout, mostly because of the engines, but there's nothing else you can really do, so. Speaking of engines, do you have engines? No? Okay, good boy. How about you? No? Okay, good. Engine check.
K.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll get some back soon. How much money do we currently have? 7 million? Okay, so we need about 3 more million. A little bit less than that, but roughly 3 more million. And then we can buy a katana, and then I'm going to assume that we can probably take these things out. Oh wait, there's an engine.
K.
Taking out those shields was definitely the right idea. So how does this make me money? It doesn't. What makes me money is letting my miners work. What this is doing is keeping this split station from being completely destroyed so they can rebuild it. So what I'm doing is I'm keeping these Ks suppressed while I wait for my miners to make me enough money so that I can bring in a ship that I can actually take these Ks out with. Because right now the only combat capable ship I have is the one I'm flying. And this thing can't even scratch the paint on a K. I can laboriously take off the shields and... not shields, the guns and engines. Speaking of which, there's an engine right there. But I can't take out the shields. I guess I could take out the hull if I spent enough time on it, but it would be very slow going. As it is, the medium ship I'm getting is likely going to be able to take out the hull and the shields, but it won't be very quick about it. If it can do it, it'll be slow. So yeah. But on the bright side, at least they're not blowing up the split equipment dock anymore. And there we have 7.5 million already. I think it was going to be like 9.4 or something like that to get the ship I want to order. I think that's what it was. You only had 1K worth time to take out the hull. Well, it's not even that. It's not even possible for me to take out the hull. Well, okay. If they had no shields, then I would be sitting there shooting at the hull. But right now, it's not possible to take out the hull because they have shields up and I can't dent the shields. I can shoot these shields all day long. They regenerate faster than I can deal damage. And that's just unfortunate. I'm hoping, really hoping that the medium ship I get can do it. But I don't know if it can even, to be honest. Because now that I think about it, the Dragon Raider I used to have in previous game could barely take out a K by itself. Is that a working turret? Yes, it is. Listen here, Buster. No turrets.
Asteroid.
I need to go around and take out all the turret shields too. Anyway. Yeah, no turrets. Bad ship.
K.
Let's just go ahead and take out all the shields remaining aboard this thing in whatever order it tells me to do so. We get the ones on the other side right away, so I know where they're at. back to the timeout corner with you, ship. Yeah, pretty much. You will have no surface equipment and you will be happy. Okay. Medium shield generator. Over here on the nose. Right up here. Just one, apparently. And then select the next one. There's a medium shield generator on the back. This one's probably for the rear turrets, at a guess. Yep. I should have blew these all up a while ago. Question: have Star Wars also? Why is the turret shield gen outside the primary shields that recharge faster than you can damage? Yeah, I was complaining about that earlier as well. If I had designed this game, it'd be that way, and it probably would be less fun, to be honest. Okay, medium shield generator over on this side. This is for the side turrets. And boom. Amazon keeps trying to sell you Jeep parts. Yeah. Not sure what Amazon would try to sell me if I visited it right now. I'm pretty sure at this point Amazon doesn't know what to think of me. Okay. XL shield, medium shield. Where? Uh-huh. There's a medium shield down here. Oh, these are probably for the chin turrets. These are pretty chunky. There must be a lot of turret. There must be more than just these two shields. They'd probably try to show me electronics components, because I bought a lot of stuff for messing around with. But I've also bought a lot of weird stuff on there and just random things I needed. Okay. Please go boom. XL, medium. Where? Right there. Oh, okay, there's 4 of them down here. Probably 2 for each side. XL. Oop, there's an engine that's up. No. Bad. Okay, let's go get the other one now. He's probably got engines up. I wouldn't be surprised if he had repaired a turret. And we definitely need to run around and destroy all of his shields, too.
Okay.
Okay. Shields. Medium shield generator. Yeah, I don't think I bought any PC parts on Amazon for quite a long time now. Okay, first, let's make sure that the... Yeah. Turrets on this side are dead. I used to buy all my PC parts off Newegg, but... Yeah, I don't know. Newegg's gone downhill over the years. But so has Amazon, I guess. As soon as an online retailer starts allowing third parties to sell through their store, it tends to go downhill pretty fast. Amazon is just one of the many. Okay, there's my next pair. Kind of surprising what all places just sell for third parties now. Some without making it obvious. Which can often be very annoying. Alright. Go get the ones for the chin turrets next, I guess. That's a solid 4 turret set here underneath the nose, if I remember correctly. Yeah, right here. Or not 4 turret, 4 shield set. Yeah, if it's not fulfilled by Amazon, then why are you buying through Amazon? At a minimum. Then if it's not fulfilled by Amazon, you might as well buy from whatever person's website it is. Really, the only reason to buy from Amazon is for the good shipping. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. And boom, boom, boom. Once you get the shields down, it goes down easy. Now, we've taken out all the gun shields, I think. Medium shield gen. Okay, this is for the side turret. If you want the really good shipping, have your wife order it. She has Prime, you don't? It's probably the smart way to arrange it. Prime is expensive nowadays. I thought pretty hard about canceling my Prime when they raised the price the last time, but I just didn't do it.
Elephant.
Problem is, some months I don't order enough to make it worth, and then I start wondering why I even have it. And other months I order enough that it was very worth having, and yeah.
K.
XLs. Okay, the 2 XL shields are all that's left in that ship. Alright, now, actually, we can quickly do engine checks without even being able to see the thing.
K.
Just by selecting it. Yep. How much money do we have? 8 million. Oh, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. I hope this thing has enough firepower to cut through. I'm afraid it's not going to, though, because okay, there's an easy way to find out. Oh no, wait, we can't, because I haven't discovered all the stuff involved. Yeah, we can actually. The ship comparator, add ship, size M, dragon, because unfortunately we don't have the dragon raider discovered. Select loadout, high preset, weapons. I want Mark II plasma cannons in all 6 slots. Actually, no, I don't. These 2 I don't want to be plasma cannons. Ah, screw it. We'll just put plasma cannons in all 6 slots. Confirm. Add ship. Size M. We want Katana. Be okay, I guess. Loadout. Confirm. Okay, how's it for sustained weapon output? Ooh, ow. 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 Let's remove the center two. Or set them to Mark II pulse lasers, I guess. That'll work as well. Ooh. Ow. I don't know if this thing's gonna be able to penetrate the shields.
K.
That's problematic. Okay. No engines on you.
K.
Worst case, we just need to go get something that can crack shields and pick those shields off. I might make an exception and go visit the split equipment dock here if they get it repaired soon enough. Which doesn't look to be happening anytime soon.
Split equipment dock.
You guys are repairing this, right? Anyway. Visit a split equipment dock and buy a single copy of that weapon type, whose name I currently forget, that can actually shoot through shields that the split have. But we'll see if we can do it legit first.
K.
Yeah. No. Knock it off. What to see? Cause okay, my Dragon Raider with 4 plasma cannons and 2 neutron gatlings could not quite take down the shields without assistance from its turrets. But I'm not sure if the turrets I want to put on this thing are powerful enough to be helpful enough with that to make the difference up, or if we're going to just not be able to penetrate the shields with anything we can easily afford. I could buy dumbfire launchers probably. Make that work. Actually, okay, here's what we're going to do. If I can't penetrate the shields with my spanky new medium ship, then we'll send this ship off to get refitted with dumbfire launchers and dumbfire missiles, because the Terrans do indeed use missile launchers. So those are Terran produced weapons enough for me, even if we just buy them from the split. And then we can use those, hopefully, to crack the shields. Actually, I don't know if the missiles can penetrate. Let's check some, look at some missile stats. Military missiles. Heavy dumbfire missile Mark II. They do detonation output 4,300. Heavy smart missiles are less than that. Which I don't know if you could mount heavies on a fighter. Hopefully you can. You might need to get some missile boats going. But assuming we can mount heavy dumbfires on this ship, 4,300 megajoule should be enough to help us hopefully punch those shields. I don't know if they'll be able to by themselves, but... Okay, where's the other K?
K.
Oh. How much money do we have? 8.2 million. Let's leave both of these fools here. Not sure if I want to do that, actually. Well, I'm not sure if they repair faster when we're out of sector or if when we're watching them. Hopefully they don't. Because I would like to leave and go buy a missile launcher for the middle mount on this. I'm not sure how much it costs, though, is one thing. Yeah, I have to think about this. Are these guys going to rebuild this station someday? Thought they had build storages that were pretty full. Ugh.
Split equipment dock. K.
Oh, there comes some fighters. There goes some fighters. Thankfully, there are some turrets placed on the station.
N.
Kaboom. Suck the loot. I kind of wish I had a couple laser towers on me, because then I'd drop them back here by the engines and just kind of hope that they're going to keep it down.
K.
This one looks like it's going to repair any minute now. Oh.
Thanks for your help.
I'm tempted to let them repair their engines a little bit and then just destroy them. Set them back a whole
Okay.
bunch.
K.
Okay, all they've got is XL shields. I probably should...
K.
No, can't really do that. I was going to say I should probably call the scout over here, but the scout doesn't have any weapons. Think about calling the scout over here, switching to the scout, and just letting this ship go get refitted. Well, here, let's find something else out first. Namely, how much is it going to cost to get this thing
Hello.
refitted? Weapons. Middle slot. We want... Ooh, we can get torpedo launchers on this thing. Do the Terrans have torpedo launchers? Quick way to find out. No, the Terrans do not have torpedo launchers. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, I guess no torpedo launchers for me. Crap. Oh, we can't get upgraded here. Because they don't have an equipment dock that works. Duh. Okay, here we go. Weapon. Medium's middle slot. Dumbfire launcher Mark II. For missiles, let's go with heavy dumbfire missiles Mark II. Alright, we can indeed buy them. 22 of them. How much is it going to cost us? It's going to cost us a grand total of nothing, but they don't have any missile components in stock. Okay. Is there anybody who does have missile components in stock who's willing to do the work? I guess we could go down to Profit Center Alpha. Weapons, center slot, they're not willing to sell us missile launchers because they don't like us enough. Well, that's unfortunate. We'd have to run all the way to the Terrans probably to get a missile launcher. And that's not going to happen.
K.
Oh, you rebuilt an engine, didn't you? What have I told you about rebuilding engines?
K.
How about you? Oh, there you go. XL all-around engine. No engines. Engines are wrong. You must sit and contemplate your sins. Yeah, it is just kind of very unfortunate that we can't buy missiles locally, apparently.
P.
Oh. I wonder... I don't think I could buy missiles from the Terrans and have them shipped on whatever medium ship I end up buying. Would maybe work. But I don't know if you can transfer wares between small and medium ships very easily. Or at all. My shields regen faster than yours do, dude. You're done for. You being a medium ship have terrible shield regen just kind of automatically. Definitely shooting at me. Ah, I hit the thrusters, which halted my shield regen. I'm a fool. I should have remembered that was a thing. Yes, that is something you need to watch out for. If you thrust, your shield regen stops instantly. So now we just kind of drift through space until our shields regenerate. There we go. Go apply some pain. Whoa, knock it off. Stop that. Medium ships definitely get the short end of the shield stick. Unfortunately. They have a lot more of them to start with than a small ship does, but they take so long to regen. And then compared to a large ship, yeah, just doesn't work out very well for medium ships. Come on, fighters, follow me up here. don't shoot me. Shoot the station. Nothing bad will happen to you. It won't, like, fill you full of lead. Does this thing have guns? It's a defense station. It's supposed to have guns. But does it actually, is the real question. Because it sure doesn't look like it. Oh, here we go. That looks like some guns. Yeah, there's a lot of empty gun pads in this station, but there's no actual guns. So,
All critical.
please stop shooting me. I am very squishy. Yeah. We definitely need to go get repaired. So sleepy, and the puppy is a handful. I see him the most, so he wants to be around me, but I don't want him in our bedrooms. Yeah. That sounds like a puppy thing to do. Well, let's go down here where they have a station that actually has guns. Well, even though it doesn't have very many of them. Protect me, station. Speaking of which...
K.
XL shield, XL shield. Okay, he doesn't have any engines back up on him.
K.
And how about you? Same deal, no engines back. Alright, good. We're starting there very close to dying. I really need to send this out and get repaired, but... Hello? Please shoot the station. It can take it. It has some guns. I do not. Well, I mean, I kind of do have some guns, but... they're really bad guns. They're Mark 1s. I'd like to have Mark 3s, or Mark 2s, I mean, because there are no Mark 3s. He's learned that if he howls in a particular way, you come and get him and let him outside the toilet. I suppose that's good. I'm not sure if
P.
howling is necessarily the all that you could necessarily want in a signal, but I guess it's more attention attracting than scratching at the door or something. As long as he doesn't learn that howling is the way to attract attention for other things as well. Well.
Thank you.
Might as well suck up all this loot. Come on. There we go. Now let's go over here. Somewhere around here there's supposedly a bunch of stuff. There it is. How much money do we actually have? 9.1 million. Okay, we're getting very close to being able to order a medium ship. Man, I hope this thing has the firepower to get through the shields on a K. Because if it doesn't, that's going to be very unfortunate. Anyway. Engine check. Oh, it looks like you've got one up.
K.
Bad K. No engine. Bad. And now for the other one. They've got an engine up too. On the plus side, even if you can't penetrate the shields with this thing, we will at least be able to use it to keep the engines down while we send this fighter off to get upgraded to a missile boat. I think I might... We can't put good guns on this thing. It's just flat out. There are no good guns available to mount on it that are Terran made. Terran guns can only go on Terran ships, basically. So we're going to be forever stuck with the crappy guns that this thing has. So I think I might just go ahead and put 3 missile mounts on it. And just say forget it. Because there's no way we'll ever have actual good. So if we put 3 heavy dumbfire mounts on it, we might be able to bring it in just as a shield cracker or whatever. And hopefully that works. Also, what do you guys have in that build storage that you're not working on this thing?
Split equipment dock. Asteroid.
Maybe they just won't work on it while there's combat nearby? That seems unlikely though. Anyway. Let's see. How much exactly was it going to cost us? 5 ships. Azem. Ghana. Okay, I guess loadout. 8.2. Okay. Price has gone down a little. Okay, these are the faster... Okay, these pulse turrets fire slower. Projectiles move faster. It deals a little less damage. Bolt turrets have slower projectiles. The turret turns slower, but it fires twice as fast and does more damage. I'm going to go bolt turrets. This thing is going to be the new wheelbarrow. The reason I went for the stronger but slower rotating turrets at the last minute, instead of going for the faster rotating ones I thought would keep up better when dogfighting, is because they might be the little tiny bit of difference between being able to crack the shields and not being able to crack the shields. And if they're not, well, I think the turn main guns on that thing will be good enough to do any dogfighting for me. So it's probably better just to have a little bit more damage anyway. Later I may swap them out for the other turrets. But we'll see. It's very unfortunate that the Terrans don't have plasma turrets. Because plasma turrets, it turns out, especially the Argon ones, are really good. And have a really long range. I just had a terrible thought. We have a mission for the start to engage in war with the Argon. The Argon, who have really long-range plasma turrets that almost, if not actually, outrange the main guns on a Sin. That is going to be interesting. We're going to have to be very careful how we engage any Argon stations we encounter, I guess. Okay, is that ship done yet? Yes, it is. Let's rename it. It is the Wheelbarrow. And the Wheelbarrow has new orders to fly to Family Zen. The long way, though. Which means we're going to go through Profit Center Alpha. Because let's face it, I really kind of need this. Piece of shit. Okay, Profit Center Alpha, Family Newt, and then the Family Zen. They just really, really want to go through Tarkus Cascade for some reason. And I really, really don't want them to do that. Flown far enough that the music's changed. Which way do you want to go? Back this way.
K.
Okay, that one has nothing but shields.
K.
And he has nothing but shields.
K.
I wish the Terrans had a good weapon that could pierce through
Asteroid.
shields. Because then I'd just fit 2 of those on the katana and we'd be good to go. It's probably the shortest route. Yeah, it definitely is. It's just that I'd really rather they went a different way. Thank you very much. Same computer voice from X3. Oh. Pretty similar anyway. There's some new lines in here, so they probably just had whoever did the original voice acting do the voice acting for this one and then feed it through the same filters. After all, when you get one good sound, reasonable sounding computerish voice, there's no reason to screw it up and go with a different one. Oh, looks like they just repaired this one too.
K.
Come on, guys, knock it off. Now, hopefully that katana gets here. And hopefully the katana can pierce the shields. If it can't pierce the shields, then we have a plan for that, but it'll slow things down a bit. Well, slow things down a bit is probably going to be a slight understatement. I might order this thing to go pick up missiles anyway, even if the katana can pierce the shields, just because it'd make it faster. Seems like a good idea. But anyway. Most ships in this are so sluggish. like the fighters and stuff. Okay, some of the Terran fighters are slower than this ship right now. This thing is faster than some of the Terran fighters going all out. And it's throttled down to less than half. And this is not a particularly fast ship. Oh, let's do a high-speed gun run on this K. 1 year later, we're finally in range. You do have thrusters, and the Terran ships do. The thrusters last longer in the Terran ships. But yeah. Compared to my personal fighter from last run, this is going to be a very slow experience. I did not really consider just how slow the Terran engines were before I decided that we're going to do a run using nothing but Terran equipment. So what you're hearing is the slight sounds of regret.
K.
I also slightly regret the limited selection of guns the Terrans have available. But not nearly as much as I regret the slow engines. Limited gun selection I can do with just fine. But yeah. This ship is slow. And this is probably going to be, well, not the fastest, but one of the fastest ships I'll have for the entire game. Thankfully, the Terrans do have the katana, which even with Terran engines can't be that bad. Although it can't be that good either. It's only like 500 and something with Terran Mark III combat engines. And it's a medium ship, which means it's going to be more sluggish. So it won't really be the speedy, nimble dogfighter I'm used to. It will not be a Maria with Mark IV combat engines, that's for sure. Mark IV split combat engines. Fully upgraded for speed. And then the hull fully upgraded for lightness. Anyway. Hopefully a katana with Terran engines fully upgraded for speed. Hull fully upgraded for lightness. Will be reasonable. And hopefully I can find one of the Terran or maybe PIO fighters that isn't terrible when fully upgraded. Because I do want a fighter as well. You don't necessarily need a fighter that goes over 1,000 meters a second. I just want one. Although any future runs will definitely have the rule that no matter what equipment restrictions I put on myself, split Mark IV engines are always an option. I can't help it. I need the speed. Thing is, the speed doesn't actually help with the dogfighting that much. Sometimes it helps to actually slow down to like 200 or 300. So you don't zoom past quite so quickly. Have more time in gun range.
K. N.
You know, I probably shouldn't tangle with that guy. My hull is in very, very poor shape. I'll just hide over here for now. Where's the wheelbarrow? An open market. Okay. So that's going to get here quickly. And then it will be time for the big test. That will determine whether or not we need to go buy missiles or not. I am going to have enough money for that, aren't I? Yes, I will. I have more than enough money for that. The thing is, the crappy Terran engines aren't really going to be a problem for AI-controlled ships. Because the AI, I mean, you just have enough of them and problem solved. But they will certainly be a problem for player-controlled ships. Oh no! I have a spike stuck through my ship. Come on, wheelbarrow, hurry up. I need you to get here quickly. This ship needs to go for repairs no matter what, so I think I'm going to order it to go to Profit Center Alpha. Repair, re-equip, and just generally get set up decently. Okay, the wheelbarrow is here.
Katana.
Let's go do a crew transfer since I don't have teleport unlocked yet.
Awaiting orders.
Thankfully, being a katana, this thing will actually have a little bit better speed than what I'm currently flying. By like 100 meters a second at the most, but we'll pay for that with the slightly sluggish medium ship turning ability, but it shouldn't be too bad. Okay.
Hello there.
Out of my way.
Asp.
Use spacesuit. And here we go. The beautiful katana.
Katana. Docking granted.
Which is honestly mostly beautiful because it has more guns than my current thing does. I've never really used these guns because they only can be fitted on Terran ships. Also, okay. Wonder where that goes, if it ever opens. Okay, so this is one of those that you can just walk straight up the ramp and straight onto the ship. I wish all ships were like this. Out of my seat, please. Thank you. Mr. Asp, you need to fly to Profit Center Alpha. Go to the equipment dock. Grade repair. Repair. For weapons, I want you to... Oh, wait, we can't buy weapons here because... Damn it. Okay, just repair. And then when you're done, I'll give you further orders to go to someplace else.
M.
In the meantime, let's go tell this pesky M that he can't do what he's currently doing.
Immediate backup.
You, Buster, are about to have a very bad day. Oh yeah.
K.
Alright, let's go say hi to the Ks. Also, Terran ships have thrusters that work for days. Like 10-second thruster time or something. Okay. So, 100% hull, 100% shield.
Taking serious damage.
What? Why did you go through Carlarcus Cascade, you retard? Ah! We might lose that stupid asp. Fly, little asp, fly. Okay. I think you might be safe. Restart the test. 98. 97. 96. 95. Tackle enemies. I don't think this is going to quite be able to cut through the shields. Nope. I don't think this is gonna work. Actually, maybe 93. Okay, now we let him cool. 95, 96, 97, 98. We can maybe very slowly wear them down, but it's gonna take a year. And if we ever pause for even a second, we're going to lose all of our progress. Yeah, I think we can very, very slowly wear this thing down. Hello, Prospero. The Milo Empire is currently attempting to destroy a couple Ks. And it's going to take approximately a year. Oh, wait. Oops. Well, there goes any hope of progress. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need more and bigger guns for this. Unfortunately, we can't get more and bigger guns unless we actually upgrade them. Which I guess is a possibility. But we'd have to go to a shipyard for that. Or a wharf, I mean. And I don't know of any wharfs nearby. Yeah, we haven't even broken 90% yet. We're still fighting over 92%. Oh, we started over, Prospero. This is a new run. This is the run where we're using just Terran equipment. So we have like the complete empire at this point counts as four miners, or is it 5 miners? I don't remember. A few miners, this ship, which is my very first medium ship, and then a single fighter that is currently away getting refitted. Hopefully come back and rescue our attempt here. These guns are cool, but they don't have enough of them is the problem. Okay. You are done refitting, apparently. So now, go to the Terran Wharf. Upgrade and repair. Guns. Gunfire missile launchers in all 3 slots. And then for missiles, oops, you want heavy dumbfires Mark II. As many as you can buy. Add to shopping list, confirm order. And when you're done refitting, fly back here by way of Profit Center Alpha. Family nuke. There we go. And we're back to 100% shields, just in that few seconds of paying attention to something else. Well, we are clearly not going to get these things destroyed by ourselves. Let's go over here and make sure this guy isn't getting engines back up. Looks like he kind of is. I kind of like these guns. The way they fire and stuff. Alright. So those engines are gone. These engines are still down, I think. Yeah.
K.
At least we are equipped with a proper combat ship now. Well, did I just get strafed by something? Yeah. Anyway. Think on your replay stuff with the Xenon cock ships because it'd give it a harder fight. Well, right now, our fight is enough harder as it is. We just flat out do not have the firepower to take on a Xenon ship. Yet. Now, when the ASP gets back with a load of 26 missiles, that'll hopefully be enough. I guess we'll find out. Problem is I can't easily switch back and forth between this and the ASP either, so we'll have to order the ASP to attack and hope it does the right thing. Anyway. Thankfully none of these ships have any turrets or anything on them anymore. Oh. Although it looks like they got some engines back. But not for long! Ha ha ha! The ship doesn't maneuver too badly. It's definitely clunkier than the other one was. Takes longer to accelerate is the big thing. Probably the biggest thing I could do to improve feel on this thing would be to get the light hull mod. Because that would help with acceleration, speed, and maneuverability. I should probably focus on getting hull mods first. But anyway. Oh. There's a fighter down here. Well, we can't have that. I do like that the Terran engines can thrust for a long time without consuming all of my
N.
you can thruster for a long time without consuming all of the shields. So that's nice. But I'd rather have greater speed in the first place. Thank you very much. What are you?
Civilian ship C.
Okay. Oh, we've got another fighter out there.
M.
Are they starting to actually rebuild chunks of the station? Doesn't really look like it. It looks like it's the way it's always been. Come on, guys, rebuild faster.
M.
Oh. Fighters! Also loot. There's a P somewhere around here, I think.
N.
These are pretty decent all-around guns.
N.
They're not like amazing in any particular way, but they're reasonably hard-hitting for what they are. I wish I could install these on non-Terran ships, because that would make me definitely consider them more often. I'd probably definitely use a Katana as a player ship in the future with non-Terran engines. I wonder how fast you can get one of these going with split Mark IV medium engines on it. And maximum hull mods and all that stuff, of course, as well.
Thank you.
Alright, let's go check on our pet Ks. Make sure they're not trying to escape.
K.
Oh,
K.
and once again, nope. Alright, where is the Asp? He's currently in Mars with a change equipment order. He's about halfway done. How much money do I have right now? 2.5 million? We could probably buy a second missile boat. Actually, I don't know. Fighters are kind of expensive to equip. I'm kind of torn between trying to give it an AI order to bombard one of the Ks and see what happens, or doing it myself to preserve missiles. So I can pay more attention to how much each missile takes off the shield, assuming it works at all. Unfortunately, I can't just teleport to a ship, so I have to park somewhere in space and then transfer, which is mildly annoying, but as long as you know where the docking ports are in the ships, you can easily line them up and get in and out pretty quick. It's more annoying than actual problematic. Well, they may have actually rebuilt part of this, because I don't necessarily remember there being some of these arms over here before. Stick the AI on them and see what happens. I don't really want to is the problem. I don't really trust the AI that much. And when I have very few assets, I would like to be in full control of them. Autosave. Well. It is almost 10 o'clock. So I think we can probably destroy these Ks this stream yet. But we're not going to get some of the stuff I had hoped to get done simply because we wasted all the time keeping the Ks locked up.
K.
Okay, they just have XL shield generators, no XL engines. Oh, wait. Yeah, no engines for you, buddy. Oh, hey.
Asteroid.
There's a blue crystal. Give me the money. That was unexpected, just having a crystal right there. Ugh. Imagine how much harder this part of the game would be if the main shields also protected the various hard points. It'd be more, I hate to say realistic, because nothing about this is realistic in any way, shape, or point. But it would be more reasonable, maybe would be the way to say it. Anyway. Where is the ass? Get Safune. Okay, it's on its way. About, oh, I don't know. Third of the way here, maybe. Oh.
K.
Yeah, I think we can, assuming we can actually, assuming the dumbfire missiles do good damage against the shields. It'd be even better, obviously, if they ignored the shields, but I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, assuming they do good damage against the shields, hopefully we can take both of these out without having to send off for more ammunition. If we can't take at least one of them out, having to send off for more ammo, then we're not going to be able to, because, yeah, by the time he gets back with ammo, the shields would regen, and we just need to take the shields out. Once the shield generators are gone, then it can just be destroyed with gunfire. It might take a while, but it can be destroyed with gunfire. Is that one repaired? No. Okay. But anyway. If he could take out even just one of the shield generators, that'll half the shield regen and we'll easily be able to kill it. Realistically, what we're going to do is when the asp gets here, I'll park it nearby, I'll fly over to it, we'll get out of this, we'll get into the asp, we'll bring the asp back up, and we'll sit and we'll fire right in between these two shield generators. And just blaze out missiles as fast as we possibly can. Until the shields are getting low. And if that takes us... yeah, I don't know. We want to destroy these two hard points. If we destroy these two hard points successfully with half our missile load, we'll go get the other half on that. Doing the same thing. If we can't take out these two hard points with missiles, then we're just screwed and there's nothing we can do about it. And since the split navy apparently doesn't exist anymore, yeah. It's like, what the heck, guys? There's been two completely defenseless Ks sitting here for how long, and you couldn't send a single capital ship to do something about it? Oh wait, I think there might be a fighter over here shooting. Yeah, see? There's a fighter over here shooting the K. Gonna do a lot of good. Where's that asp? Argon Prime? Okay. Maybe halfway. Also, Argon Prime is pretty much the heart of enemy territory, so I hope he flies fast. Hard to tell if they're rebuilding anything or not. Almost have to be. What are you guys shooting at? Oh. Yeah, that's what they're shooting at. Okay, where is our pet Ks? There they are. Hey guys, you missed me? No? Well, you could at least be more polite about it. Profit Center Alpha. Okay, it's getting close. Profit Center Alpha is like 3 or 4 jumps away. Oh.
Thank you.
Ugh. How much money did they send us for that? Oh, 10,000. Okay, I was gonna say. Coincidentally, a ship just sold a load of silicon just before that message came in. So it made it look like I got paid a ton for destroying a single fighter. I was not paid 99,000. 10,000 is still pretty good, pretty reasonable for destroying a single fighter, though. Payment received 26,000. Wonder what was being sold there. Probably silicon, which means somebody somewhere isn't making any money anymore. I need to make a note to do a ship audit at the start of the stream next time, which should be tomorrow, I think. Today's Tuesday, isn't it? Tomorrow's Wednesday, yeah. Wow, is the asp almost here? It's in $2,000. So it's like 2 or 3 jumps away.
K.
Boom. Go check on the other one. Which is right over there, and looks like it also has a repaired engine. Bad Xenon. Don't you know what kind of trouble engines can get you into? At least this thing will, the guns will be much more effective at stripping future Ks. These guns aren't bad. They're actually quite good. Oh.
P.
There's a P. Hey, you. Stop picking on stations, would you? All right. An open market. You should be here very shortly. 2 more jumps and you'll be here. I kind of wish that this thing had 1 turret on the bottom and 1 turret on the top instead of both on the top. But then the Dragon Raider had the same configuration. 2 turrets on the top. So I guess I'm fairly used to it. Of course, it would be even better if they had 2 on the bottom and 2 on the top. I do slightly wish the turrets were in the same side-by-side configuration the Dragon Raider had, though, instead of in the front-to-back one. Doesn't really make any difference, but... Oh, I like the shape, and... I just like the general configuration of the Dragon Raider slightly better than this thing. It's a cool ship and all, but... It does look pretty fast. Of course, the Dragon Raider looks fast, too. Those guns look just like the main guns on a Sin, but small. But anyway. Okay, the engines are dead on that one. Don't really expect anything different because they don't rebuild them that fast. The Asp is family unit, almost here. Just has to go a couple more gate. Well, 1 more gate. That's a Katana? Yep. What I am 90% sure is the fastest ship in the game. The only problem is it's currently using Terran engines, which makes it sort of mediocre at best. This thing can only go about half of its actual top speed with Terran engines. I should say half its unupgraded top speed, because if you upgraded it yet, it could get to be scary fast. I've got a fighter coming with missiles that should be able to hopefully crack these guys' shields. So, hopefully that will be good enough. Matter of fact, said fighter is right here. Let's tell him to fly real nice and close so we don't have to go far to get in. Well, there is that one split fighter who's hanging around here shooting stuff. He's just not doing very much. It's a recon fighter Jaguar. Oh boy. Not even a good fighter. No wonder he's definitely not doing any damage. Well, even if it was a good fighter, he wouldn't be doing any damage. This thing isn't even enough to really do damage. They regen shields almost exactly as fast as I can damage them, so. With perfect timing and very careful heat management, I could eventually destroy a K with this, but it's faster just to fly around circles and wait for the guns to get here. The missiles, I mean. Speaking of which. Oh, there's some S's.
S.
That's not a good sign. Let's go tell these guys that they're not allowed to build stations here. Yeah, hit and run wouldn't get us anywhere against a K.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah, hey guys, by the way, you're not allowed to build stations in this system. Just warning you. You okay with that? Yes? Okay. I'll go tell your buddy then.
S.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. No station building. It's bad. What do you mean you didn't hear me? Well, here. No station building. There, is that clear enough? Alright. Let's go meet up with our fighter. Which hopefully is ready to go. I'm gonna park this ship close to the Ks, but not too close.
K.
This is probably close enough. I'm not sure how much range the dumbfire's explosion has. Let's just back off a little more, why don't we? I highly doubt it's this far, but we'll see. Okay. Now, we need to spacesuit over to the ASP. Where is... oh, it's over here.
Katana.
Use spacesuit. Okay. I guess the hatch just doesn't open on a katana. Space nuke them? Well, I'm going to be doing the best I can. The Terrans don't make torpedoes, apparently. Okay, where is that blasted ASP? There it is.
Asp.
5 kilometers away. This can take a while. I could fly closer, but then I would have to have my katana down there, and I don't want that, so we're going to do this the long, slow way. Also, remove all orders. There's not an order to order you to come pick me up, is there? Not really. Okay. I wonder if I could transport myself with a crew transfer order. Probably not. I'm not really considered crew. Oh well, we'll get there eventually. Probably could have ordered it to fly a little closer, but getting precise movement orders with the AI is always a little wonky. At the end of the day, this is probably faster. Or at least as slow and less wonky. Now this thing is equipped with 3 Mark II heavy dumbfire missile launchers. And it's carrying 26 heavy dumbfire missiles. So hopefully that's enough to send at least 1K off to wherever it is machine intelligence go when they blow up. Or at least take its shields down. That's really all I want out of it, is take its shields down. Hello, autosave. You're slightly unwelcome at this point. Just, letting you know. Oh, we're almost there. Tier 1 teleport would be really nice about now.
Out of docking range.
Oh, come on. You're full of it.
Docking granted.
There we go. Now, are we on the wrong side or are we on the right side of the ship? Wrong side. There we go. Out of my seat, please. We'll take this one out first.
K.
We are going to be firing dumbfire missiles, which I want them all set to be secondary.
You in trouble now.
Like that.
Awaiting orders.
What is the launch range on these things? Encyclopedia. Military missile launchers. Dumbfire launcher Mark II. Doesn't just says storage capacity. That's nice. Military missiles.
Split wipe you out.
Heavy dumbfire missile Mark II. Detonation output. Effective range 24 kilometers. Okay, so we're well within range. Yeah. Kaboom. %. 72%. Oh yeah, we can do this, I think. 58. 45. We're going to take all our missiles to do this, aren't we? 17. And boom. Hopefully that's enough. Yes! Shields are down. Unfortunately, we have no missiles left. So, we're going to have to send this off to get other missiles to take off the second K. Speaking of which, where's the katana?
Katana.
What is it doing way over there? You. Remove all orders. And fly your ass over here, pick me up.
No glory for you.
So, we'll switch over to the katana, we'll send this off to buy more missiles. And yeah. Our K problems are over. Actually, let's just go ahead and dump our last couple of missiles into this thing and see what happens. We just had 2 missiles left.
Awaiting orders.
Not 2 salvos. 2 missiles, and they barely dented the hull. So yeah, this thing can just barely take the shields out on a K, assuming you salvo all the missiles as quickly as you possibly can. So let's get lined up here. I don't have to go very far.
Hello.
Get out of the way.
Asp.
Use spacesuit. This will drop us out pretty much right on top of the Katana,
Katana. Docking granted.
which apparently is bugged to not actually have a hatch over the extra small docking port. Okay, now you get out of my seat. And let's go talk to this K about its extended warranty. Or rather, total lack thereof. And why that's a bad idea. Okay, in the meantime, while my turrets shoot at him and keep him busy, this Asp, let's see if we can buy missiles here. Last time they didn't have any in stock.
You make a big mistake.
Heavy dumbfire missiles Mark II. No, they do not have missile components in stock. That is very unfortunate, because that means we're going to have to go to Profit Center Alpha. And they may or may not be willing to sell us missiles. Okay, they are willing to actually sell us the missiles. Heavy dumbfire missiles Mark II. Boom. They don't have missile components either? What the heck is wrong with you people? Okay. How about the Ministry of Finance? Are you guys willing to sell us heavy dumbfire missile Mark IIs? Yes, you are. Good deal. Okay, and once you're done at the Ministry of Finance, fly right back. And hurry, please. And don't get caught by the ship-eating monsters in Tharkas Cascade, because I'm not going to go give you orders to go around it this time.
K.
Okay. They took out almost 25% of the hull just with us sitting here shooting it with the turrets. Should go a lot faster with the main guns firing. There was something I was going to do. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, so this destroyer is going to go down fairly quickly. This one, we should go check on him to make sure his engines are still down soon, but realistically, by the time this blows up, we'll have plenty of time. We do need to get ready to point off axis and hit the thrusters as soon as it's about ready to blow up. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to remove all the orders so I didn't have to worry about it flying off next time.
Split wipe you out.
Okay. Not sure what that was about. Yeah, this thing's about ready to go.
Explosion imminent.
Let's get well clear. And then we can go after the other K. Yay! We destroyed a K. Now let's go check this one to make sure it's still just as dead in the water as it always is. It looks like they have one engine back, but not enough to actually move with. Do they have anything on here besides shield generators? Nope, just shield gens. Okay. So now we just need to wait
Thanks for your help.
for the ASP to get back from the Ministry of Finance shipyard. Or wharf, I guess it would actually be. He's in Silent Witness 1 at the moment, which means he's almost there. He's going to 18 billion. Also, I should remove this guidance because that was when I was going to go explore here. And then I saw 2Ks destroying the equipment dock and decided they had to stop. Speaking of the equipment dock, are you guys rebuilding? Not as much as I can tell. I haven't seen anything change. Maybe a little bit. Oh. We should suck up the loot from blowing the K up. Never say no to loot. Get all kinds of fun things out of here.
Container.
Not sure what the loot suck range is on one of these things. Farther than it is on a fighter, but it's still a bit short. Okay. Any other loot around here? I don't really see any.
K.
It's about 10:30, so by the time the fighter gets back and we blow up the shields on this thing, it'll probably be time to end stream. But still, we will have successfully destroyed a K all by ourselves, 2 of them. And learned that missiles are very powerful indeed when correctly used. Which is good to know. Let's see, where is he? 18 billion? Is he leaving or going? I think he's leaving. Wait, that's Grand Exchange. Yeah, he's coming back. So it should be here shortly.
Chimera.
Oh, there's a Chimera here. That's nice.
K.
Chimera is a nice fighter. They were a strong contender for whatever fighters I was going to make in the last run, but I ended up picking the Morea instead because it was faster. Chimera is pretty fast, which is one reason why I was a contender. Hey you, no engines. Come on, Asp, hurry up. Silent Witness. Should be here. One of the danger points of the run, because there are Argon in the area and he is considered a combat ship. Don't know why I'm bothering to shoot the thing, because realistically, yeah, not gonna do any damage to it. Alright, he's on the highway, headed to Activa's Choice. And now for the big danger point of the run. Going to Tharkus Cascade. This Xenon defense platform is like right on top of the jump gate. Very poorly positioned. It is a very scary... Please don't, you idiot. No, don't dogfight those. Do not dogfight.
We were hit.
Yes, get out of there. Come on. Yeah, you better... No, you idiot. No.
No glory for you.
Flee instead. If you get destroyed, I'm going to be very pissed. Okay, good. He can outrun them at least. Keep going, you little fool. Did you use up any of your missiles? Please tell me you didn't use up any missiles. He has 21 missiles left out of 26. Is that going to be enough to break through the skin? Maybe. There certainly won't be any extras left. What an idiot. Just seeing this game on Steam is worth $60? Yes, it's definitely worth $60. But it also goes on sale regularly enough that you probably don't have to spend $60. Unless you absolutely need it right now. In which case, it's still worth the 60. I have, I'm not sure how many hours in it at this point, but it's 256 apparently. Which isn't really that much when you get right down to it, but I'm definitely going to be putting at least that many more into it, and probably many, many more than that. Okay, did the little fool make it safely here? Yes, he did. Good.
Split wipe you out.
Can't believe that idiot went and wasted some of my missiles trying to dogfight. Oh well. Looking like Star Citizen No Man's Sky without the bad parts of No Man's Sky. There's no randomness to the layout of the universe. There's randomness to where the stations are placed and stuff like that. But the systems are always in the same places. Now apparently there's a mod that can change that. But I'm not sure how well that works. And I've never played Star Citizen, and I intend to keep it that way.
Katana.
Get lost.
Hello.
Keep firing the turrets.
Awaiting orders.
Okay. Turrets will now fire. This little idiot is not actually going to fly over to where he's supposed to go. It's just going to sit right there. Okay, you guys. Pretty sure they don't have any orders anyway. Well, I guess we need to spacesuit over to the other ship because I don't have teleport unlocked yet. Okay. Game is economy and fighting mainly? Yeah. Heavily on economy. And fighting is something that just kind of happens because, well, it needs to be there. It's not bad. The combat's quite good, actually. At least I enjoy it quite a lot. But the main focus of the game is building your economy. Exploration. There's definitely exploration to be had, but it doesn't have a random universe, so... And it is a fixed size. So once you've explored everything... You've kind of seen it all. But I guess that applies to most space shooters at the end of the game. At the end of the day, you can only explore so long. Ton of ships. Yeah, all the races have their own unique ships. And you can fly every single ship you see. Except the Xenon ships, I guess, and the Cock ships. But outside of those two races, which... Thought this was a game you've seen somewhere else. but that one is multiplayer. Yeah, this one definitely is not multiplayer. Which is both good and bad, depending on how you look at it. I'm fairly fond of it not being multiplayer. But I know there's some people... Well, okay. I would like it if there was some basic co-op multiplayer. But it would do very badly for any kind of competitive multiplayer, in my opinion. Co-op would just kind of be fun, bring like a friend in to help you play or something, but
Docking granted.
it's definitely not required by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, there are quite a lot of ships, but a lot of those ships are going to be things like freighters, mining ships, stuff to keep the economy running, because, well, it is mostly an economic game. Okay, get out of my seat.
Hello there.
And please tell me you didn't waste too many missiles. Okay, I'm going to position myself right above the katana. I guess right beside it, because we don't want to block the turret. So that I can very quickly get out and spacesuit across after we finish ripping off these missiles. Hopefully those turrets firing will help make up for the difference. Because last time we had a full load of missiles and we only had 2 left after we destroyed the shields. I'm going to be very sad if that little dogfight spat ruined our chances. Oh, I think it ruined our chances. Okay, get across, get across, get across. Out of my way. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry, 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 hurry. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Katana.
Oops, wrong button. There we go. Right button.
Docking granted.
We're not gonna make it in time. It's gonna regen too much of its shields. Get out of my seat! Get out of my seat!
Okay.
This is going to be an extremely annoying little fight here. We just need to get rid of that last 2% of shields. Well, 3% now. Dang it. Come on. I need to stop overheating the guns. We just need to get rid of that last 1%. Just the last little tiny bit. We can do it. Barely, but we can do it, I think. Maybe. Okay, if some of you little Neon fighters could come help out, that would be great. Maybe we can't do it. We wait too long to let the guns recharge. Then they just regen shields. Come on. We just need to see it hit 0%. Okay. We're doing very slightly more than they're regaining. So we can do this. Oh, we actually did a little tiny bit of damage to the shield generator itself that time. Just let our guns cool down a bunch. Then we can just unleash it all in one big... Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. Just a little tiny bit more. And we can take down their shields to half. Just a little tiny bit more damage to that damn thing. Yes, now their shield regen is halved. They're dead. There are people who are still playing the same game, save game for years. You can choose when to end the game. There's no real ending to this. Yeah, as far as I can tell, there's no ending at all. Just keep going forever. I just set goals for myself and run until the goal is finished, and then I go do something, start a new run and do something else with a new goal. There's something shooting me, and that displeases me quite a bit. You there.
N.
Go away. Now that we have the shields down in the K, we can afford to take our time.
K.
Okay. You little git. Individual instructions. Covert response to attack. Escape. Not use judgment, aka attack a giant group much larger than you, you dumbass. Okay, let's order him to fly back to the Ministry of Shipyard. Actually, wait a second. Let's just have him go to the equipment dock and... No, it's under attack. Go to the Tlati Wharf. Upgrade repair. Buy heavy dumbfires. And repair. Add to shopping list. Confirm order. Boom.
Thank you.
Alright. Now let's make this K go away. If this thing had 6 guns instead of 4, like the Dragon Raider has 6 guns, if this had 6 guns instead of 4, I think we'd probably be able to take the K's shields out on our own. But yeah, with just 4 guns, it's a bit limiting. Even with 4 guns, with these particular guns, it still has less firepower than plasmas. The slowest K death ever? Kinda. I think the only way to make it slower would be to not bring in, because we did prove that we could do more. We could out DPS the shield regen with this guy, with this ship. Imagine how long it would take us. It took us long enough just getting the last 1% gone. But anyway, about ready to blow up.
Explosion imminent.
Get out of here before we get damaged. Yay! We've taken out 2 Ks and we've saved the split equipment yard. Although it is lightly scuffed. Lost a few pieces here and there.
N.
Let's just get rid of this N here. This system is going to be a royal pain to defend until we're able to build a station here, which is not going to happen for a long time to come. Because, yeah. It'd be very unfortunate. We're going to get a constant stream of xenon out of this gate. Constant stream of xenon coming through here, probably. We need to get a defensive station here. There's xenon north of here, too. They need to be taken care of. Oh, look, they're building a defense platform. How exciting. Well, we're going to have to go blow this up at some point. This is probably another K. I have a feeling that this ASP is going to be making constant runs back and forth between here and whoever happens to be willing to sell him missiles. Just to keep on top of the Ks that are coming through the area. We need to go hard on getting the Terran missions done so we can get that free sin. So I think tomorrow we're going to go down to Terran space and we're going to go hard on finishing the Terran missions.
Thanks for your help.
+1 rep. That's the least you could do for as much work as it was. Get more than one ASP flying. Well, we're not going to buy any more ASPs because the ASP was our starter ship. It's a split ship. But we could probably get more Terran fighters equipped as missile boats. Oh, but anyway. But if we can get a Sen, then that will help a ton, because then we'll have an actual capital ship, and we can cruise up on Ks and just blow them up. We'll want to upgrade its engines and stuff like that, so it's not slow, but anyway, for now, I think I'm going to call it a night because it is 10:47, and that is later than I normally stream. I know I've been streaming late lately, but I need to stop that. It's a bad habit. It means I get up later than I should in the morning as well. Well, as much morning as I ever get up. But anyway, let's see. Who is live right now? It looks like Af is playing God of War. And Avi is playing Arma. You know what? Let's go see Af. He's only got like 3 viewers. He could use a few more people. He's playing the new God of War, although I guess it's not new anymore. Let's see. Copy and paste these names so I don't misspell it. Because knowing me, I would 100% do that. Anyway, thank you all very much for coming. I hope to see you back here tomorrow for the thrilling conclusion to the Terran missions, hopefully. Well, hopefully the conclusion is not terribly thrilling, because if it's exciting, it means I did something wrong. Got something blown up or something like that. But anyway, so yeah, hope to see you all back here tomorrow, and have a great night. Go, I don't know, do something to Af. Tell him he needs to stream more or something.